Roland Jones bowls fullish and poked rather than driven out into the offside by the suspicious Swindells. Batted well in the first innings, albeit enjoyed a modicum of good fortune. We reckon he was beaten outside the off stump at least 30 times, without exaggeration.
I think 30 could even be a possible understatement, or it was left very well. But what was impressive was the way he just gritted through it.
Roland Jones is in and bowls outside off stump. He certainly played at that one. He holds the pose just to emphasise the fact as it swung past his outside edge. And Roland Jones just philosophically turns and marches back past umpire Nick Cook, making his final appearance at Grace Road. Here comes the first of the updates for BBC Radio and Leicester. How many more will we have? Good morning to you, good morning everybody. Middlesex out there at the moment bowling, and they have Leicestershire on the ropes because it's 13 for 4. That was the overnight score. Leicestershire need 275 to win this game, having bowled Middlesex out for 271 in their second innings, but they made the worst possible start yesterday when they lost 4 quick wickets in the space of just 7 overs essentially. Toby Roland Jones picked up 3 of those wickets. He's opened the bowling for Middlesex this morning. He's bowling to Harry Swindells. Swindells has yet to get off the mark. Colin Ackerman is with him. He is 4 not out. Ackerman probably Leicestershire's main hope of getting anywhere near this target. 13 for 4 Leicestershire after 1 over on the final day of cricket here at the Uptonsteel County Ground this season. And you missed just one delivery if you were listening for commentary that was left outside off stump by Swindells, swung away outside his off stump, and he genuinely did leave it. Yeah, one does tend to feel that Ackerman, who has been in no sort of form in recent months for the Foxes, but is a class act. Double century and a century already this season against Sussex and Nottinghamshire is Leicestershire's main hope. I'm getting a buzzing in my earphones. I think I'm going to change the battery in the effects mic.
The effects mic. It was a new battery that was required. Richard Ray solves the problem, and it will be Swindells, who has now faced 10 balls without scoring, but in his first innings he faced something like 130, 140 deliveries for his 67, and is very happy to defend if that's what's required, which is exactly what he does on this occasion, just getting into line and playing the ball out gently into the onside, where the mid-wicket does the fielding. We have 1, 2, 3 slips at the moment. A cover point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Fine leg. As in comes Tim Murtagh once again. This is squirted out rather to mid-on. Certainly the Middlesex players felt it wasn't a true middle of the bat.
A little bit of a dark cloud momentarily over the top of the Uptonsteel County Ground, but emphasise again, loads of blue sky, and that dark cloud is drifting away to the northeast.
As it's Tim Murtagh in once again. Oh, and he beats Swindells outside the off stump on that occasion. There was extra bounce, there was extra carry, there was a little bit of a way swing as well. Lovely delivery from Murtagh, who bent his back for that one and surprised Swindells, and not for the first time in this match Swindells is beaten outside off stump. The BBC weather app informs me that there is a 1% chance of rain. However, looking at those clouds, I think it should be alright. Well, if you're a Middlesex fan, it should be alright. As in comes Tim Murtagh, and that is played once again with a thickish inside edge out towards mid-wicket, all along the ground, and Swindells goes and does a spot of gardening. Ackerman readjusts his gloves at the non-striker's end, practices a forward defensive. Toby Roland Jones arms behind his back at mid-on, just watching everything that's going on. All the noise and buzz comes from the slip cordon as Murta is in once again, and that is a comfortable leave outside off stump on this occasion for Swindells. So the 3 runs from the first ball of that over. After that, Murta did put the pressure back on the batsman. Swindells is still there though, yet to get off the mark after 15 deliveries. Ackerman has moved to 7 with that pleasing cover drive for 3, and the score has gone to 16 now for 4.
What a day it was yesterday for domestic cricket in particular. The Strauss Review, the High Performance Review, I guess I should call it, was finally published, and an awful lot of food for thought in that one, and for supporters of county cricket to think about. Roland Jones is thinking only about the wicket of Colin Ackerman as he runs up and bowls. Ackerman leaves outside off stump, and Roland Jones at the end of his run-up pauses and eyes Ackerman hungrily, like a wolf who has spotted a lone Russian peasant heading for a forest on the steppes.
Second last game of the season, listeners.
Feels that way. One can enjoy oneself, indulge oneself perhaps, as long as it doesn't get out of hand. Roland Jones is in and bowls, lovely swinging delivery, and goes past the outside edge of Ackerman's bat. He curtain rails it back inside the line, but I suspect after he'd had a little feel for that. And there's some lovely movement this morning. It's not off the seam, but it is through the air in the way that it wasn't swinging yesterday morning. It is swinging this morning, which is not the greatest of news for the Leicestershire batsman.
Toby Roland Jones had looked at the forecast and realised there was a bit of rain overnight and was looking forward to bowling this morning when we talked to him last night.
In he goes and bowls. That does go straight on. Tucks up Ackerman a fraction, but he plays it competently enough. Thick inside part of the bat into the onside, and there's no run. 16 for 4. Swindells has faced 15 balls without getting off the mark. Ackerman has faced 25 for his 7. Hard to believe, really, given his form in recent weeks, that it has been a record-breaking season for Colin Ackerman. As Roland Jones is in, bowls to him, it swings, and he's looking to stroke it out into the offside, and Roland Jones lets him know as it bounces past the tall seamer to his right hand out into the onside that he mistimed it badly. But plenty of bat on it. Ackerman rehearses the off drive that would have boomed it out through the covers. It actually ended up bouncing out towards mid-on. Lots of chunter out there from the Middlesex players. Roland Jones, over 60 wickets now this season for him, is in and bowls. Thick outside edge. Ackerman picks up 4. He did play it with reasonably soft hands, and it went pretty much straight down into the ground, but it was a genuine outside edge through the gully, and nobody really moved except Backward Point, who started jogging back towards the closed up hospitality marquee out there to retrieve the ball. I'm just wondering whether it might need a bit of drying now, but it doesn't essentially. Murta is doing a spot of polishing in his, using the pocket, the outside of the pocket, but no great concern. So one assumes, therefore, that most of the dew has been dried up. 20 for 4. Ackerman into double figures, the first Leicestershire batsman to achieve that feat. Roland Jones turns. Figures ruined by that boundary. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, not far outside off stump, but a good leave by Ackerman. Roland Jones, 5 overs, 2 maidens now, 3 for 10. 20 for 4 is the score.
Decent over again from Toby Roland Jones. Well, we've said that a lot this summer. He's the leading wicket taker in the second division of the county championship, more than 60 now. After that burst last night of 3 all clean bowled. And he has the figures of 5 overs, 3 for 10 currently as Tim Murta comes in. Swindells is forward, gets a thickish outside edge, but all along the ground, and he took a good stride out to the pitch of the ball. But just doing a little now, you feel, for these two.
You can get in touch with us. We'd love to hear from you on this final day of the season at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Both teams, of course, have a game next week. Middlesex's is against
Worcestershire.
Worcester,
At Worcester.
at New Road. Leicestershire's.
As that is played back to Tim Murtagh, nicely by Harry Swindells, who is in full defensive mood this morning. I don't think there's any danger of Leicestershire trying to chase down the 275 they need for victory.
Not this morning. If
No,
they're
if they're still
unparted,
there at lunch,
sort of an hour
absolutely.
after lunch, they might start thinking about it. Now, Leicestershire's last game, just to finish what I was about to say there, is at Derby next week. The Incora County Ground finds us on Monday.
We will keep you up to date with what's happening in the other matches around us this time. It's a slightly more aggressive shot from Harry Swindells, but he hits straight at the cover fielder, so there is no run, but he middled that one, and that will give him confidence as we let you know what's occurring in the other matches still being played. There's a lot finished yesterday, but there are a few. Interestingly, Somerset have continued against Northants despite a lead of over 400 on day 4. They're now 288 for 2 and lead by 412 as Toby Roland Jones comes in again and squares Swindells up on this occasion, but he adjusts well and keeps the ball low, not up in the air. Managed to defend well in the end, but it was another good ball from Murtagh. And Swindells' wait for his first run of the morning must continue.
I saw Tim Murtagh smile yesterday. I was quite pleased about that.
Yes, you were sure he never actually changed his facial expression.
He was coming out of the pavilion at the end of the day. Leicestershire were 13 for 4, so fair enough.
You'd hope there'd be something of a smile as Tim Murtagh comes in, and that's down the leg side, and Swindells thinks about trying to flick it and then decides against it. One of the most infuriating ways to get out in cricket is the flick down the leg side and finding yourself caught.
But you can tweet us at FoxesCricket2222.
And Guy at Guy WSC.
You can email me, Richard Ray, RAE23@gmail.com.
In once again, and that is flicked around the corner, and that will be 4 runs, and Swindells is off the mark, and it was a good shot too. Again, Murtagh just straying onto leg stump. Swindells was on it quickly, and with the 21st ball that he has faced, he's off the mark. He moves on to 4. Ackerman is on 11, and these two have now put on 11 as the score is 24 for 4.
Some comments about the high performance review already on the stream, I see, and it's perhaps not entirely surprising that they're not entirely favourable. Not entirely surprising because those watching the stream, of course, are followers of county cricket and supporters of the Championship in particular, but even so, I think some of the criticisms are essentially valid. Now, interestingly, Ryan Higgins did dry the ball there. It did disappear into the sort of slightly longer grass in front of the Geary bar. It will have taken on a little bit of moisture as a consequence. Roland Jones, kicking up his heels, runs in and bowls to Ackerman, who's very solidly forward. Outside off stump, pushing it out to Murtagh at mid-off. Good chorus from the slips and the Middlesex fielders. 24 for 4. So plenty of white cloud around, but the heavier dark cloud now drifting away, so I think we're going to certainly be set fair for the morning, and surprisingly a reasonable turnout, certainly alongside us up here on the Burrows Terrace, which has a very good view of proceedings right behind the bowler's arm as Roland Jones is in and bowls straight, thick inside part of the bat. The scoreboard, yeah, he does move on to 13. The manual scoreboard ahead of the electronic scoreboard. And glance to my left to check on the manual.
Yes.
The electronic does sometimes freeze has to be switched on and off and on again.
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Roland Jones is in. Lovely on drive from Ackerman on the front foot. Punched it back past between umpire Cook and mid-on, who dived across to his left. Couldn't get there. Lovely shot from Ackerman. Certainly the shot of the day so far.
It really was
17. Gorgeous.
Really was a lovely shot, wasn't it? And good to see that these two, if the ball is there to be hit, are doing so. Also, I feel Toby Roland Jones, just to try and get at the ball to do a little more, is probably just looking to pitch it up a little further, but over pitching on that particular occasion.
Well, Ackerman just reminding everyone of his class as a batsman there. Waits as Roland Jones is in to him and responds with a super delivery that bounces and leaves him and goes past the outside edge of the South African Dutchman's bat.
Ooh. Yes, he is playing for the Netherlands these days, isn't he?
He is. He's a Netherlands international, born of course and brought up in South Africa, but of Dutch origins. Roland Jones turns, goes running away from us and bowls, squares Ackerman up, thick outside edge, bounces 3 or 4 times, stopped wide of gully because it was bouncing fairly slowly by backward point, scrambling across to his left and diving, making sure it doesn't squeeze past him and head off down to the covers on the other side of the boundary, down there at wide third man.
Good battle between these two at the moment, isn't there? Runs being scored, but edges being found.
Roland Jones is in and bowls again, looking to on drive, checking the shot though slightly there on the back foot. Ackerman making sure he got everything behind it and pumping it out towards mid-on, who makes the stop. Roland Jones gives him a slightly old-fashioned look, but takes his sweater and his cap philosophically enough from umpire Cook, who has his hands in his pockets as he walks out towards square leg and looks around him at Grace Road. Not for the last time. He says he's going to come back and watch a bit of cricket. He lives not so very far from here, around not too far from Rugby, I don't think, so sort of equidistant from a lot of grounds, really, locally.
It is Tim Murtagh who is continuing from the Bennett end, and that was up in the air for a little while as he flicked it off his hip, Harry Swindells, but perfectly safely, as there was no one at shortish square leg, just a mid-wicket, so they trot through also for a single, and he moves on to 5. In Division 2 at the moment, if Glamorgan win, then even if Middlesex win this match, they'll still need further points from the Worcestershire encounter if they're to be sure of promotion, and Glamorgan going well at the moment, of course, 550 for 5. They then, Derbyshire were all out for 253 following on after this ball from Murtagh, in a very nice big stride forward from Ackerman and a good defensive shot, no run. They're 129 for 3 in their second innings, still 168 runs behind with those 7 wickets remaining, and play is underway at Durham. And Sussex following on as well after Durham scored 459 for 7. Sussex all out for 162 and 29 for 4. So they're 268 runs behind with 6 wickets remaining. As Murtagh is in again, a little bit of movement, but a good leave by Ackerman as it booms away into the gloves of Simpson, the wicket-keeper. There is no run. There's applause though, and vociferous comments from the slip cordon following that ball that jagged off the wicket a little bit. But you have to say at the moment Ackerman and Swindells doing a good job. It's what a place to find yourself at 13 for 4 and knowing you've got to dig the team out and then see where they are. Ackerman plays a nice defensive shot on this occasion, up to cover. Once again there's no run. The sun is out, but another big dark cloud is hovering over the ground, but there's enough breeze one feels for it to rush through fairly quickly. but it is a beautiful autumn day. Warmer too, probably, than yesterday. Less of a cold breeze, as Murta is in again, and he squares up Ackerman once more. But Ackerman gets a thickish outside edge past third slip, who has to run and retrieve it along the ground. So he played safely in the end. Another good over from Murta, but also well played by Ackerman and Swindells. Ackerman now 18 not out, Swindells 5 not out, still striving through the breakthrough. I'm sorry, there is of course one more ball to come. As Tim Murta goes back again and waits for the ball to be polished correctly by Mark Stoneman before he has a chance to bowl with it. They have a little chat, and Murta does make his way back to the top of his run, carrying the ball low in his right hand until he delivers it. And this time Swindells digs the ball out. It's full in length, but Swindells plays it nicely. And running in is the mid-wicket to stop any further chance of a run. Swindells remains on 5 from 23 deliveries. Ackerman 18 not out, and they've taken the score on now to 32 for 4.
Just reading some of the comments about the stream, which is exercised about the high performance review. The so-called festival first-class games generally being dismissed as meaningless, and that is a big problem. The 100 as an abomination. In goes Roland Jones and bowls to Colin Ackerman, who is standing tall and playing on the back foot, defending the ball from just outside off stump out into the covers, where Ryan Higgins, here with a shock of dark hair, currently neatly tucked under his navy blue Middlesex cap, is the fielder.
It is tough on the ECB trying to fit everything in, because I saw another comment saying we really like the ODI, the one-day matches being played in August, but
yes,
if you've got that and the 100, you can't have any red ball cricket in August, which is a high performance review one imagines one needs.
Roland Jones turns, slightly angled run, bowls to Ackerman, fuller this time. Ackerman staying on the back foot, comes down on it a fraction late, but plenty of bat on it as he pushes it out again towards cover. Again, there is no run. 32 for 4. The ground bathed in bright sunshine. The lime trees, which have changed colour on Milligan Road. Very, very pretty sight, must be said. Behind the manual scoreboard down there, rather prettier than the buildings on either side of the manual scoreboard, one way or another, which are a little bit of a mess. As in goes Roland Jones, hits him on the back pad there, a little bit of outswing, bit of bat as well though, and the nascent appeal from behind the stumps is choked off. As I say, the manual scoreboard I like. It has a pleasing symmetry with a couple of clock on it. But the geary bar, the geary stand, as was, there used to be a little stand in there. And there were always 3 people in it in the same seats, despite being the best part of a sort of 100 yards away and sideways on. But that is now a bar that is used for one-day fixtures. Roland Jones is in, again, very straight on off stump, but Ackerman equal to it, out into the offside it goes. There is a sort of modern groundsman's garage really that houses the heavy roller alongside it on either side, but an architect could have, there's a lot of scope there, a scope for improvement on either side of the manual scoreboard. One day perhaps.
As long as you do keep the scoreboard, it is a thing of cricketing beauty.
I think so. Roland Jones is in, fuller this time, and Ackerman is getting plenty of bat on it. He doesn't really follow through, he punches it out towards wide extra cover, and look at how quickly the ball is going towards extra cover. It is Murta who is in pursuit, puts in the slide, drags it back just in time. Higgins, who'd followed him to the ropes, completed the fielding, but Ackerman able to pick up 3 there, and as I say, it was no more than a firm push really, and the speed of the outfield on that side of the ground, it does slope a little down towards the ropes there, and required Murta to maintain his chase to the very end. 35 for 4. Ackerman into the 20s now, on to 21.
Toby Roland Jones. He's still looking for a bit of swing, and he found it in a couple of deliveries, but to get it to swing where he wants it has to pitch up, and that can happen sometimes. You'll be driven.
Goes in again. Swindells is forward and then raising his right hand to Ackerman as the thick inside edge. And the front foot defensive push runs out towards mid-wicket. End of Roland Jones's over. The 7th he has bowled in this innings. His fourth of the morning. Has yet to improve on his figures, which began at 3 for 6 and are now 3 for 19. Lots of agreement. People saying that on the stream that they want more championship games, not fewer, not less.
That everybody should play each other once, so 17 matches. It will be Murta in again, and that is played out into the covers. I'm interested with that one. I quite like the two divisions. I quite like having a little bit of promotion and relegation, just to add something to the season.
Ed McPhee, Middlesex supporter, is of your opinion. He too likes to have something to play for. He says looking for promotion makes every game interesting. If we were just lower middle table every year, it would be relatively boring. Brackets for me, he says.
And I think a lot of teams would feel the same way, and that is an expansive looking drive from Ackerman, but doesn't really middle it, and it arcs round into the hands after bouncing a couple of times into the hands of cover, and there is no run, but Ackerman's looked very tidy so far this morning.
Maidstone Fox agrees with you also about the attractiveness of the idea of the minor counties coming into the One Day Cup too, and playing a part in that.
Yeah, it works in other sports, and I think that it would be another element. As in comes Murta once again. This time it's defensively pushed to mid-wicket. But Ackerman, you just feel looking to play his shots whenever possible. He practices the clip off the toes. Forward defensive is being practiced at the other end of the wicket by Harry Swindells, head down, concentrating. Toby Roland Jones flicks the ball to Murta. Sorry, Richard.
No, it's okay.
As Murta comes in once again, bowling in, and that's a decent looking drive, but Murta got a hand on it. The ball was played into the ground, jumped up, Murta leaping to his right, got a hand onto it, took the pace off the ball and ensured there were no runs.
Interesting comment from Bartek in Poland, who's a Middlesex fan listening on the radio. He says that he rather disagrees about the 100. He says because it was the first cricket he watched, and presumably he found it sufficiently interesting to take his interest further to the county championship.
Well, this is the argument as in comes. Oh, he's played on. Ackerman has he played on?
He went for the stumping. Simpson thought he'd stumped him.
Simpson thought he'd stumped him because he was standing up to Murta, but it hasn't been given. It was a big shout, and I saw the stumps, the bails fly off. It was brilliant from Simpson. Moved very swiftly indeed. One standing up to Murta requires a certain amount of bravery because he's not the world's slowest bowler still at his
Simpson's
age.
Absolutely convinced he got him there. Without a sideways without a sideways camera, you haven't a clue.
In again, and that's played up to mid-on, and there is no run. So did Ackerman get away with one there?
Did he drag his foot? Who knows? Umpire Cook said no, he didn't. Or at least he couldn't tell. He couldn't be sure. How can an umpire be sure in those? I think that's a nightmare. You know, I mean, even as club cricketers, when you have to go and do your stint with the coat on, I always found sort of stumping decisions nightmarishly difficult. And I didn't usually give them because it's so hard to tell. Hard to be sure. Exactly. Unless it was, he danced down the wicket and it was obvious, but something like that.
It was a fabulous piece of keeping, though.
It was. Roland Jones continues from the pavilion end past umpire Cook and bowls thick inside edge from Swindells as he is half forward to that straight delivery, but he gets something behind it. It squirts out towards square leg and there is no run. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Leicester in a moment. Will I be able to tell them that the Foxes have got through the first half hour without losing a wicket? I will if they come to me very quickly, but Roland Jones might get another delivery in before then. He turns. Not a big striding man. He's a big fella though. In he goes and bowls. Foolish, and that's got to be close. That's leg before wicket. They have got the wicket. I will not be able to tell BBC Radio Leicester. They have got through the first half hour. It was full, it was straight, and it was palpably leg before wicket.
Got the ball to swing a little as well, didn't he? Toby Roland Jones. It straightened on Harry Swindells. It was a lovely, lovely delivery. That's what he's been searching for all morning. Just getting the bit of swing, the length right, and Swindells walked, didn't he? He just knew the moment he was trapped in front and no inside edge.
Here comes the update. Well, 35 for 5. They got through the first half an hour, but they didn't get through the first 31 minutes, unfortunately, from Leicestershire's point of view. Well bowled, Toby Roland Jones. 4 for 19 now. 8 wickets in the game. Here comes the update. Well, they got through the first half hour without losing a wicket, Leicestershire, but as you come to me, I'm afraid they have now lost their first wicket of the morning. It was Harry Swindells, leg before wicket, and palpably so, to Toby Roland Jones. 4-5, a full delivery that he missed and was going to go on and hit the stumps. His dismissal leaves Leicestershire on 35 for 5. They need 275 to win the game. The only hope really lies with Colin Ackerman. The South African is 21 not out of 49 deliveries. He's now being joined by Tom Scriven. Scriven made a half century in the first innings. They need him to do that and more again if they're going to have any chance of taking this match deep. Leicestershire in their second innings are now 35 for 5. Back with you on commentary. Scriven comes out, has a chat to Ackerman. He's got those orange-heeled boots on, very distinctive, number 88 on his bat as well, and as I say, batted very well in the first innings.
He really did.
He made 65 and batted through an entire session when he's, as I say, going to have to make at least that if he can, and if Ackerman can stay there at the other end, they can perhaps build a partnership, but a difficult job. Roland Jones looking for a fifer, comes bouncing in and bowls to Scriven, who leaves outside off stump at the last minute, but cat on a hot tin roof there. He was up on his toes, jumping into the air and then pulling his bat back out of the line. 8 wickets for Roland Jones, so that takes him, what did he start the match? Was it 56 wickets he started on? Let's have a look. See, it was 55 he started on, so 63 wickets for the season now for Toby Roland Jones, who is in and bowling to Swindells, who's pushing outside off stump, seeing it's going to go wide of Higgins, and that Murtagh has to run around from mid-off to cover behind his younger teammate. Calls Ackerman through for a single. Scriven is off the mark, 36 for 5. Just 239 more runs needed by Leicestershire. Just. Mason Fox is glad that we reversed the batting order, quote unquote. Roland Jones is in past umpire Cook. Bowls, lovely swinging delivery, and it's going to concede 4 from it. There is no justice in the world as far as bowlers are concerned sometimes. Ackerman leant forward, and in fairness to Ackerman, played it well. It was a gorgeous delivery, swinging late away, took a thick outside edge. If there is any sort of criticism of it, is perhaps it was a fraction too full. And Ackerman able to lean forward with a slightly angled bat. Perhaps, at least he was able to angle it down, and the ball squirted away through gully and ran down to the third man boundary. For 4, Ackerman moves on to 25, 40 for 5, but it's been a lovely exhibition from Roland Jones this morning as it was last night. He runs in and bowls to Ackerman. That is a little bit shorter, but it's too wide as well, and Ackerman can step forward and let it go through. A successful over for Toby Roland Jones, his first of the day, Middlesex's first of the day, leaves him with figures of 8 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 24.
It's been a super performance so far from Toby Roland Jones. 8 of the 15 wickets to fall so far, so doing rather more than the lion's share of wicket taking as far as Middlesex are concerned, and leading the attack superbly. Searching for that swing, but I thought Ackerman, yes, it was a thickish outside edge, but he played it with lovely soft hands, that boundary through the slips in that last over. So it's, again, a really good battle between Toby Roland Jones and Ackerman at the moment. But now we turn to Murtagh versus Scriven, and that's very wide from Tim Murtagh, and going wider. And in the end, the keeper took it in front of second slip by the way the ball had looped out towards the slip cordon off the pitch. And at the moment, Murtagh hasn't been causing quite the same problems as Toby Roland Jones. It's interesting, I think Murtagh bowled better when he bowled from the pavilion end at the start of the Leicestershire first innings, but he and Roland Jones have switched ends, and that's a better ball on or around the money, and Scriven manages to just about play the ball up to mid-on, hit him pretty high up the bat.
Tweet I must read from the watching Kevin Hand, plumbest of plum, that one. He says, fair play to Swindells for practically walking, and the only time he's seen a Swindells walk that fast was when the cake came out at Lord's earlier this season.
Boom, boom. I'm here all week.
You've done well on cake, actually, then, on that basis.
I have done well on cake. Hence why I have to go on my post-cricket season diet, which starts on Monday.
Yes, I was very, very pleased and proud to eat the last piece. Well, to share.
You shared
the last piece of cake from the Friends of Grace Road this season. Got to the meet, and they had one piece of a ginger cake left, which we shared, and jolly good it was.
It really was a very fine ginger cake. For those of you actually interested in cricket rather than cake, we've had another defensive shot from... No, I was enjoying the cake, as Kevin Hand and everybody will tell you. And in again comes Murtagh, and it's another high elbow defensive shot from Scriven, from the textbook, up to Toby Roland Jones at mid-on, who runs all the way to mid-off to have a chat, bypassing Tim Murtagh on the way.
Springsteen makes a valid comment on Twitter. Usually he says, unusually, there was very little comment on here about Leicestershire, about the high performance, about Leicestershire's performance yesterday. He fears that the supporters are all rather giving up.
Yes, in again comes Murtagh. Decent lift outside off stump, but wide enough for a very comfortable leave.
I can tell you the WhatsApp groups were quite busy, Springsteen, if that
oh, really?
Yeah, helps you. As I say, there was a lot going on in cricket yesterday, wasn't there? Yes,
with extraordinary T20 results as well. England in Pakistan losing by 10 wickets despite setting a 200 target.
One can only wish Pakistan well, really, given what they've had to put up with Pakistan cricket, that is.
That was beautifully bowled, and once again Simpson's hands behind the stumps. He's standing up to Tim Murtagh, and once again whipped the bails off. It was no chance of a stumping. Scriven had stood his ground, but one, the ball darted back at the batsman, so showing that there is still a little movement around, and two, if any batsman is out of his ground, at the moment the way Simpson's seeing the ball, those bails will be whisked off and you will be out. As it is, Scriven survives and is on 1. Ackerman, who Simpson was convinced he'd stumped a couple of overs ago, is still there on 25, and I have to say playing really, really well. And the score is 40 for 5.
Roland Jones is not going to give up the ball easily. He's now into, this will be his 6th over of the spell. 3 overs last night, 5 overs so far this morning. And he's up what slope there is here at the Uptonsteel. In he goes and bowls very straight on off stump. Ackerman leans forward, plays it solidly out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Looks like Bamber is now starting to warm up, so it may be that he'll take over from Tim Murtagh, or he could take over from sometimes they do that. He takes over from Roland Jones. Roland Jones has a couple of overs, then takes over from Murtagh, doesn't he? A couple of overs breather, that is.
Yeah, I think they've both put in a long enough spell this morning that may not happen.
Roland Jones is in, beautifully shaped outswinger. Ackerman steps forward, leaves, and although Roland Jones pauses at the end of his follow through and eyes Ackerman, Ackerman does not return his gaze. He's already walking off towards short leg. Staying in his bubble, I believe, is the expression.
Now, we've been asked a question: are we scoring the game while commentating, or is there someone in the booth with you keeping score?
Now, we are relying on the electronic scoreboard and other various websites for our scoring, and of course the manual scoreboard. In goes Roland Jones, off stump delivery. Ackerman solid enough in pressing forward, pushing the ball out to Higgins in the covers, and there is no run. There have been occasions when, very few of them, when we've had a scorer up here. Liam used to do it when he was much younger. He used to do the occasional game of T20 and provide us with stats, and that was brilliant. Liam Gibbs, that is, whose grandfather came up to say hello this morning and goodbye, it being the last day of the season. Wish everybody well. In goes Roland Jones and bowls again on off stump. Again, Ackerman is very correct in his solid forward defensive back down the pitch to Roland Jones. Liam now works for Sky Sports, having also worked briefly for BBC Radio Leicester, having left university, which makes me feel rather old again. Come on, Row, is the exhortation from Luke Holman in the slips as Roland Jones is in outside off stump. Ackerman leaves carefully, goes through, bounces through to Simpson. The footmarks being left by Roland Jones on the crease look darker than they have for a few days, so maybe a little bit of moisture has sort of not soaked through. Obviously the pitch has been covered, but just lifted the water table a bit, perhaps the rain that we had last night. We did have a little rain last night. There's a nice rich loamy look to it as in goes Roland Jones and bowls. Lovely shape again, but Ackerman, it's a super battle this, as Roland Jones fields in its follow through and walks down, and Ackerman pointedly ignores him as he walks back past him, has a word with Scriven. But Ackerman hasn't been informed, but he is a very, very high-class player when he's on his day, and he would love to end his season at the Uptonsteel County Ground by reminding Leicestershire supporters what a very, very fine player he can be. He's 25 not out of 57. Scriven has 1 off 8.
He's done beautifully. He's played really well this morning, because the pressure on when you're resuming on 13 for 4, but he has scored well more than half his team's runs, as Murtagh is to continue. No Ethan Bamber as yet. Scriven plays, it's taken by the wicket keeper standing up, who flings the ball out to mid-wicket.
I can't read that tweet out, Martin Barry. I just can't, because it would happen, and Leicester supporters up here would throw me off the balcony, essentially. So
I'm now desperately
It's asking for it.
I'm desperately trying to find the message.
Nice.
As it is, in once again, and that is played out into the covers nicely on this occasion by Scriven, who showed he could attack when needed to and defend when needed to in his first innings, when he scored a very fine 65. And really got his team back into a match they looked in danger of falling away from at that stage. He's having to do it in both the innings. Tim Murtagh still running in with a spring in his step, and that is a nice shape away from the batsman and well taken standing up by Simpson, who hurls the ball a decent distance up to mid-off in the gloves. But certainly Scriven not able to take any liberties, not able to just give himself a yard outside the crease to give himself a little more chance to cope with any possible late swing. With Simpson standing up. Murtagh is in again, and that is tucked. Ball was probably middle stump, and it was just played nicely out into the leg side in the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, and they can go through for an easy single, and Scriven doubles his score. He moves on to 2. And Simpson will remain standing up.
We established beforehand, didn't we, that if, as looks to be the case, Glamorgan go on to beat Derbyshire, Middlesex can't be promoted for sure.
Not today, no. Puts them in position, wonderful position, that with a draw at Worcestershire they should then go up, but if they are defeated badly at Worcestershire and Glamorgan win again, then they could still miss out. For those of you who want to know what's going on, Derbyshire are fighting back this morning, haven't lost a wicket. They're now 150 for 3 in their second innings. Still a small matter though of 147 runs behind. As Tim Murtagh comes in again, and it's a thickish inside edge out to mid-wicket, all on the ground, nicely played in the end from Ackerman, and he is on 25. Scriven is on 2. Just the 1 run from that Murtagh over, not sure how much longer he will continue, and the score moves on to 41 for 5, but it's still going to be Toby Roland Jones, who when he's in this kind of mood it's quite difficult to get the ball off him.
10 overs for Tim Murtagh, 1 for 17. Roland Jones just telling his cover to move a yard to his left, just almost fiddling for the sake of it, you feel. He's got Tom Scriven to bowl at though as he goes in, outside off stump, a little bit too wide, slightly loose delivery by his very, very high standards, and Scriven is almost stepping away before it's in the gloves of Simpson. Another cloud over the sun at the moment, but as I say, loads of blue, and where the weather is coming from, it actually looks wonderful now, because there's just a few little white fluffy jobs, essentially a lightish blue sky. Roland Jones turns in past umpire Cook. Bowls. Scriven is looking to drive, steering it really rather than driving. Out into the covers it goes. Higgins is the comfortable fielder out there. Sun comes back over the ground. Unlike the lime trees, the bigger trees over there on the net side of the ground, the Curzon Road side of the ground, are still various shades of, various hues of green.
Well, the trees have got very confused, haven't they? Because half of them started shedding their leaves and turning brown during the drought. Then the rains came and they greened up again, and so not quite sure where they are in the season, I don't think, currently.
Roland Jones is in and bowls. Scriven gets a delivery that just bounces, comes back into him a bit, but on the back foot gets an inside edge as he defends. It runs on down towards long leg, and Scriven jogs a single, called through by Ackerman, of course. Scriven on to 3, 42 for 5. Ackerman 25 off 59 deliveries. All hope rests with him as far as Leicestershire are concerned on fields, with respect to Tom Scriven and those to come. Square leg has gone back as Roland Jones goes in and bowls a length delivery, which on the back foot Ackerman defends out back down the pitch on the offside. Roland Jones, as is his occasional wont, juggles with it with the feet before kicking it to the fielder Higgins. Merta has a quick word with Higgins before throwing the ball to Roland Jones. Bright sunshine now across the ground as the tall right-hander runs in and bowls. Ackerman gets a delivery on off stump, leans forward with an angle bat, pushing it out towards backward point. Slightly tinny sound of ball off bat, indicating it wasn't quite off the middle. Plenty behind it.
Gets another Toby Roland Jones glower for his, every time he gets that thick outside edge, he gets the glower.
Maidstone Fox has a question for me. Do you think the LCFC development will cause any loss of light at Grace Road? Loss of light? In goes Roland Jones, bowls, back foot defensive shot from Ackerman down into the ground, bounces up into the air, and he's quickly alert in case it's going to bounce back onto the stumps. It isn't, so he lets it go. Leicester City development. I don't see how, Maidstone Fox. It's sort of a mile away. It's if that's what you mean.
I don't quite. I think it could be a misspell.
The rugby stadium and the football stadium are a long way away, relatively speaking, in terms of. Certainly, there's no question of any sort of light being effective. No, absolutely not.
Well, we do have a change of bowler now. It will be Ethan Bamber. Or is it?
Is it Higgins?
It's Higgins. It's Higgins who has come on.
Yeah, a shock of hair.
Yes, that was what got me. Yep. I expected Ethan Bamber. He bowled really well in the first innings without much joy.
I suspect he's not far away from replacing Roland Jones now, who's
right.
bowled 6 overs now. 6, 7.
Ryan Higgins, probably the easiest bowler to cope with as far as Middlesex were concerned, though on this occasion he does hurry Scriven up, who has to rush the forward defensive shot, manages to get it out to cover in the end. But a decent delivery first up from Ryan Higgins. In the first innings he bowled 13 overs for 67 without a wicket. That's a nice little bit of movement as well, as that just goes outside the off stump. It's an easy leave for Scriven, but nice bit of shape as far as the delivery is concerned from Higgins.
Mason Fox wondering whether it's another cricket ground, the electricity cricket ground on Aylestone Road, where Leicestershire used to play or have played in the past, is much, much, much closer, and indeed that is in the shadow of the football ground.
And that's nicely played, up on his toes, but again hurried up, and it's a bit of a shake of the hand from Scriven because that hit him high up the bat, so he would have got the reverberations all the way into his hands, which can cause a momentary discomfort.
Say the shadow, it's probably a couple of 100 yards away.
And that's driven nicely on this occasion, but straight to cover. It's not the. I'm looking at these lights in this light. The floodlights do cast quite a shadow over the ground.
No, it must be the electricity ground. We're talking about I mentioned it this morning. They're talking about putting another layer on top of Leicester City's ground.
Oh, I see.
At the King Power Stadium back there, a mile over. But it certainly won't affect this ground in terms of overshadowing. But it will potentially affect the electricity ground, as it's sometimes known. Cricket is still played there, but club cricket.
Ryan Higgins in once again from the Bennett end, and that is tucked away nicely and but straight to the backward cover point, so there is no run. But certainly as this over has gone on, Scriven has begun to middle the ball altogether better, yet to actually score a run from it after 5 balls. He could still be heading for his first maiden in the match, Ryan Higgins. Bustles in once again, but he won't be getting his first maiden of the match, because that is just tucked off his hit into the wide open spaces of mid-wicket. No particular power, but it's just a single to Scriven. He moves on to 3. He'll keep the strike. Ackerman will remain on 25, and the score 42 for 5.
13 for 4 at the start of play.
Been a pretty good first hour.
Been a battling first hour. Middlesex sort of settling down to their work. As ever, this seam attack, this outstanding seam attack, has given very, very little away. Made the batsmen play just about every delivery, or at least think about playing every delivery. And they have picked up a wicket. But Ackerman has dug in and looks in good order in going to 25. Scriven, really the last of the batters that may be able to make a really significant contribution with respect to Eddie Barnes and Callum Parkinson. In goes Bamber and bowls fullish on off stump. Half forward is Scriven, leaning. He's quite a tall young man, leaning into his defensive shot, slightly angled back, pushing it out to backward point. There's no run.
Yes, Bamber bowled well without much luck in the first innings. Still took a couple of wickets though. And it's a heart and soul bowler. He throws everything into his efforts.
Bustles in and bowls, goes past the outside edge with the ball that leaves Scriven late. Lovely little shape to that one, late as well. Just as you want the swing normally. And it was a bit too good for Scriven.
You were talking about how often Harry Swindells was beaten in the first innings. Most of the time that was by Ethan Bamber, I seem to remember. So he's continuing as he started in the first innings.
Although the balls are going down to Roland Jones at the moment on the scoreboard. In goes Bamber, again it's full, and again there's a little bit of shape to it. Scriven manages to get his back behind it, pushes it back down the wicket to Ethan Bamber. Do you think the Middlesex scorer will notice
yes.
in the end that it's not Toby Roland Jones bowling anymore? It's a young man who's probably the best part of a foot shorter. No, 6 inches shorter anyway.
Yeah, a good decade younger.
Not quite as many wickets to his name. One day, though, I am sure, because he's a real prospect, Ethan Bamber. Bustles in, bowls full again. Scriven is preferring to play sort of... He plays it quite late, doesn't he, Scriven? And his instinct is to stay, by and large, on the back foot. Managed to push it out into the offside.
Now, they obviously... Ethan Bamber is being watched because he played for the county's select 11 against New Zealand ahead of the New Zealand Test series. So they are keeping tabs on him.
It's quite chest on as he runs in and bowls. Slightly short this time and much more comfortable as far as Scriven is concerned. Plays it off his legs out towards wide mid-wicket. Roland Jones has to move across to his right to field, and there is no run. It's still going down as Roland Jones on the electronic scoreboard. Don't think they listen to us, but we can't tell them. There we go. It has switched across now to Bamber. runs in to finish his over, bowls forward, goes Colin Ackerman on off-stroke middle stump, pushes it out into the covers, and there is no run. End of the over, 44 for 4. Updates. Time for BBC Radio Leicester. Tom Scriven will be on strike to Ryan Higgins, but here comes the update, possibly. And I can tell you that they have lost one wicket, but only one, that of Harry Swindells, who was leg before wicket to Toby Roland Jones for 5 after a battling partnership worth just 22 with Colin Ackerman. 35 for 5 at that stage, Leicestershire, which represented, as you say, something of a recovery from their horrendous over at night position of 13 for 4. But Colin Ackerman is still there. Ackerman is 25 not out now. He's been joined by Tom Scriven. Scriven made a very good half-century in the first innings. Ackerman's going to have to score 100. Scriven is going to have to score at least a half-century, if not more, if Leicestershire are going to get anywhere near their target of 275 to win. But they're both still there at the moment. They're both battling away, and 1 wicket in the first hour represents a fairly decent return after what happened last night. If they're unparted at lunch and can go on into the afternoon session, well, who knows? At the moment, however, Leicestershire's still struggling on 44 for 5.
Ryan Higgins is in, and that's punched away nicely by Scriven. He was quickly onto that. It was slightly short outside off stump and has been punched square for the first boundary for Tom Scriven in his innings so far. He moves on to 9, the score on to 48, and that will give him much confidence. Ryan Higgins was the bowler that the Leicestershire batsman looked to attack in the first innings, and looks as if things might be going much the same way this time round. Again, just seeing ready to come in now, Ryan Higgins, and that's better. It's pitched up, but still driven pretty comfortably by Scriven up to mid-off. Scriven has a bit of a look at his bat. Didn't quite middle that one. You can have another hovering bee outside our commentary box. Seems to have been there for most of the match. Now taking a rest on the stand in front of us, as Higgins in once again. Fast arm action, generates most of his speed from that. Shortish bustling run in, and that is up on his toes, comfortably played by Scriven, out for a no run. And just looking around the ground, there's still a couple of slips. Gully, cover point, cover, as in again comes Higgins, and that's played out past the cover point very comfortably indeed, and the ball is running very quickly, and it's a good piece of fielding in the end, but they'll comfortably trot through for 3, which means Ackerman, who's barely seen the strike recently, will be missing out again. Higgins takes his cap, but 7 runs from that over, all to Tom Scriven. He now moves into double figures. He moves on to 12, carrying on the good work we saw from him in the first innings here. Ackerman, 25 not out, and 51 for 5. So the 50 coming up for Leicestershire. And Middlesex will be slightly concerned that they've only taken the 1 wicket so far this morning. They've been playing for over an hour now, but 51 for 5 Leicestershire.
Ethan Bamber to start his second over from the pavilion end. Runs in and bowls to Scriven. Full and straight, and Scriven half forward, thick inside part of the bat, defends it out into the on side. No run. Long sleeved sweater for Scriven. Ackerman in his shirt sleeves. Short shirt sleeves as well. Most of the Middlesex players have their sleeveless sweaters on, but it is a lovely day now here in Leicester, as in goes Bamber. Thick outside edge, goes through Holman, bounced before him between sort of second and third slips, essentially towards third slips left, put down his two hands and didn't get anything on it, or might just have brushed his fingers. And well, insult added to injury there for Ethan Bamber, because it should at least have been stopped in the slips. It was a genuine edge, albeit that Scriven managed to keep the ball down sufficiently to see it bounce well before Holman. It should at least have been stopped. He picks up 4 bonus runs. He moves on to 16, 55 for 5. Bamber is in. Defending on the off stump is Tom Scriven. Out into the offside it goes. The effervescent Higgins bounces across to his left to field. And the covers, and there is no run on this occasion. Keep going, Eth. With a name like Bamber, there's so many sort of nickname options that Eth seems a bit easy to reach for, doesn't it? But there you go. It's his name. In he goes and bowls down the leg side, slightly down the leg side. It did just swing back in towards the batsman, sort of from leg towards middle and leg late, and so Scriven, who was getting ready to clip it away through mid-wicket, had to adjust late and play it firmly out towards mid-on instead, where Roland Jones fielded and there was no run.
They're continuing to bowl well, whichever of the nicknames they have bestowed upon him.
Bamber leans forward, sprints in, bowls. That's a nice delivery that bounced and left Scriven. I think he dropped his hands because it was sufficiently wide for him so to do. But good movement, good action on the ball, the players say sometimes, still being obtained by Bamber in particular. And Roland Jones wanders across and has a quiet word with him from mid-on as he walks back to his mark. That's one of the good things about another of the good things about the Middlesex seam attack. They get on with it. Bustles in and bowls again, turned off his legs by Tom Scriven, only as far as mid-wicket, and again there is no run. End of Ethan Bamber's second over, just that 4, rather unfortunately from his point of view, conceded from it. 55 for 5 remains the score. Ackerman has 25, Scriven has 16 of a partnership of 20.
Yes, he has had most of the strike, it must be said, but he's batted nicely once again, Scriven, although that was a streaky 4 through the slips in the last over. Just to let you know what's happening in the other matches in Division 2, Sussex have now reached 77 for 4 in their second innings, still 220 runs behind Durham. Derbyshire 181 for 3 in their match against Glamorgan in their second innings, still 116 runs behind, but once again after a sticky start coming back into that one. And also finally Somerset in Division 1 have finally declared on 337 for 4, and they have set a victory target of 462. Northants chasing that of 14 for 2, as in comes Ryan Higgins, and that squirts out off an inside edge to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Ackerman.
If Derbyshire was somehow to save that game and Middlesex were to win here, would that?
That would... I'm going to have to do the exact maths, but...
Could they confirm promotion on that basis?
I think they might need, might need a batting point or something in the final game, and that is flicked up to... No, I think victory for them and Glamorgan failing to win would send them up.
Could still happen, Middlesex supporters. As Derbyshire dig in there. Holman's gone out from third slip to sort of short mid-wicket.
And Middlesex still have to win this match, so 1 wicket in an hour and 10 minutes as Ryan Higgins comes in. Once again, it's nicely played by Ackerman, comfortably played by Ackerman. Out to cover point, and there is no run. Ackerman goes for a little walk. You can hear the encouragement being proffered. There are now just the 2 slips though for Ryan Higgins. No gully, much more cover as far as he is concerned, and that is flicked off his toes, and a nice stop at square leg. And I'm not sure Ackerman realised there was a square leg then. I think he must have blurred in with the umpire, because it looks as if he was starting a run and then realised there was nothing there and was sent back by Scriven. Does some shoulder exercises just to keep limber. Higgins waits for the ball to be returned, and as soon as it is, he's straight into his run and just tucks up Ackerman a little there, but Ackerman does well to flick the ball just backward of square. So on this occasion he can go through for the single he was looking for on the last ball and finally get off 25, where he has been for a little while. Just the 1 ball left of this Higgins over, just the 1 run from it so far. There are helmets being sent back as
Simpson was going to stand up there, and he was told not to, wasn't he?
Higgins in once again, and that is punched into the gap. It was not a very big one, but there was one. There's also a misfield by mid-off, but not enough of one to encourage a second run, so a couple of singles off that over from Ryan Higgins. He's now bowled 3 overs, no wickets for 10. Scriven, who's looked comfortable ever since he came in, has moved on to 17, and Ackerman 26 not out, and I wonder perhaps if a little bit of spin might be not an entirely bad way to go as far as Middlesex are concerned. It certainly worked for Leicestershire yesterday. Got Luke Holman, who is a decent leggy. Maybe he could have a twirl soon, because they could certainly do with at least 1 more wicket before lunch. At the moment 57 for 5.
Possibly, but not yet. Bamber is in and bowling to Tom Scriven, who leans forward, everything nicely close together. Another thing, and he defends it out to mid-on. One of the things that sort of has impressed me is that he has played late. He has the eye to do that. He can play late without risking too much, it seems. And just give him just that extra tiny fraction of a second to make the right choice in terms of shot. Waits with bat raised as Bamber is in. It's fullish, swinging a little bit, but able to push it out into the offside. And it is going to be 2 as mid-off running back and across. It's usually Murta at mid-off, and it is indeed. Managed to fall over as he picked that one up on the thicker grass out there on that side of the square, just beyond the square, the wide square. How many pitches are there? 16 or so, maybe a few more actually. 1, 2, 3, oh, don't count them all. 20. Only 1 left that is being used at the moment. The rest not exactly ploughed up, but certainly scarified and under repair as Bamber is in and bowls. Again, very straight, but again, Scriven playing late, defends, pushes the ball out into the onside on this occasion. Roland Jones moves to his right to field.
Certainly 20.
They get plenty of use throughout the season, not just Leicestershire, but occasional games for Loughborough Lightning, although I wonder if they'll play all their games at Trent Bridge henceforth, where they're moving at the end of the season from Loughborough. In goes Bamber and bowls slightly short, and he does look, I think, to play that one away on the offside off the back foot. Scriven bounces past the outside edge, then he brings his bat back inside the line, but stood up on his toes and didn't look quite as comfortable in terms of making a decision as to his shot there. 19 to him of 43 deliveries. 24 the partnership with Ackerman, who's been watching Scriven play for most of the last half hour. Bamber is in, bowls to him outside off stump, played firmly down into the ground, but almost straight to backward point. Bounces a couple of times before it gets there. Might feel he missed out a little bit there, Scriven. He saw it early and it was wide-ish. Tried to steer it away down to third man. Picked out the fielder. Bamber with his short hair and his, with respect to him, and he talks about them himself, slightly protruding ears, goes in and bowls. Lovely shape to that one, full. But Scriven, as ever, compact, deep in his crease, defends it out into the offside end of the 26th over of the Leicestershire second innings. It's been hard going for the Foxes, 59 for 5, but as I say, from a position of being 13 for 4, I guess they might just about have taken sort of 46 for 1 in the first, 90 minutes or so of play this morning.
From 13 to 4, you almost take anything, but I think this has been a good fight back. As we've seen throughout this match, that conditions ease, and maybe once the opening two bowlers have finished their spell, change attack isn't quite as dangerous to the batters. And that goes down the leg side from Ryan Higgins. Nice take by Simpson, but there is no run. And the sun continues to shine and the shadows continue to come across the ground. Higgins is in once again, and that is flicked away beautifully, and that beats the outstretched hand of square leg and is 4 runs. Ackerman made that look very easy indeed. Lovely comfortable flick off his toes, and not for the first time in this match. Ryan Higgins struggling to really impose himself on the batters. Batted well in the first innings, the all-rounder. On loan until he joins full-time next season. Rejoins next season. He's already played for Middlesex. That's punched out into the covers. There is no run. Ackerman has now moved to 30. He's to now put on 28 for the 6th wicket. Higgins doesn't waste any time at the top of his mark, and there's a attempted cover drive that skews off the bottom of the bat and ends up going back to the bowler. Ackerman practices it as if he meant to play a straighter drive. Has a look around to see who's about, as there has been, square leg has now been dropped out into a run-saving position rather than a catching position. That's a better delivery on or around off stump, and is played defensively up to mid-on. Steve O'Shaughnessy tosses one of the coins or pebbles, however he counts his 6 deliveries from the over. The umpire up into the air, catches it, flicks it from one hand to the other, and then we get ready for the final ball of the over, and that is flicked nicely off his toes. Well positioned too. There's half a chance of 2, but Ackerman, I think quite rightly in the end, said no, 1's safe, we'll stick with that. Ackerman has moved on to 31. For once he's pinched the strike from Scriven, who will have to wait his turn, and the score has now moved on to 64 for 5 for Leicestershire, and still Middlesex striving to make that further breakthrough.
So 51 for 1 this morning. How many overs have we had? 20 overs. Hard going. An illustration of how tightly the Middlesex seamers have bowled. Bamber is in and bowls as ever. Good line and length on off stump. Ackerman can but defend and does. Leaning forward, pushing the ball out to Murtagh at mid-off.
Yeah, I just spotted that run rate of less than 2.5 and over. It has been tight.
Well, there are potentially 76 overs less that one delivery to be bowled today. Another 211 runs needed, so it would be about right. As in goes Bamber and bowls outside off stump. Ackerman leaves, lets it go through. They will not be worried at all about the run rate and might look at it at tea time if still batting, Leicestershire. But as I say, that is, well, a relatively unlikely prospect at the moment. Sun goes behind cloud as Bamber turns, runs in very straight and bowls. Again, good late shape, but Ackerman, who's been in there for 77 deliveries now, is equal to it. Middle towards middle and off. Solidly forward there, on off stump is Ackerman, pushing it out towards mid-off, no run. Great rhythms. Great rhythms here, and they are good rhythms for the Middlesex seamers, but also from the Leicestershire batters. It's a good battle as Bamber is in, goes past the outside edge with an absolute beauty that just swings late, and Ackerman, for all that he's been out there for 78 deliveries now, can do nothing about that one. Plays inside the line, not deliberately, it swings past the outside edge. He's getting late movement, Bamber, and asking all sorts of questions. It's lovely stuff.
No, I think he and Toby Roland Jones have been the two stars of the attack so far.
He is in and bowls very straight again. And Ackerman leaves forward. There isn't quite that late movement. He can play it back down the pitch to Ethan Bamber. I love the way that Bamber gets on with it. As soon as the sort of passage of play concludes, he turns on his heels and marches back almost as quickly as he runs in to his mark. Already charging in. Bowls, back foot defensive shot this time from Ackerman. Pleasantly, elegantly correct, back down the pitch to Ethan Bamber. Fields in his follow through, then throws the ball to John Simpson because it's the end of his 4th over. None for 7. On exceptional figures in terms of the scorebook, but anything but unexceptional in terms of the quality of the bowling.
Yeah, he's got the ball to swing a little more than anybody else so far this morning as well. It's been a really good testing spell, but Ackerman's playing really well. Defending stoutly. Yes, he was beaten on one occasion on that in that over, but that hasn't happened very often. So really good battle between bat and ball this morning. Middlesex can just keep putting things in the right areas. Ryan Higgins is in again. Again draws the slightly false shot from Scriven. Aiming offside, ball goes out onside, but all along the ground perfectly safely to that short mid-wicket that they have put in specifically for him. There's now just one slip for Ryan Higgins, and we're going to have 2 short mid-wickets. It's interesting. Obviously, and of course, the next ball, it's a thickish outside edge through the now vacant 2nd or 3rd slip area, and it's gone for 4 runs. As is always the want in cricket. You take a fielder away, and of course the ball goes there the very next ball. Calling for extra effort just before lunch. We've got a little way to go before lunch. There's another 35 minutes, but is in once again Ryan Higgins. and that is played up to mid-on. Obviously they feel that there's a chance with Scriven that he'll play in the air on the leg side, and they have 2 men in the catching position for that shot.
Funky fields, though, they're usually a sign, actually they're always a sign, almost always a sign that the batsmen are a bit on top, beginning to cast around for ideas.
One of those ideas is that Simpson is now going to go and stand up to Ryan Higgins, which he tried to do earlier and was sent back. Oh, and there's another shout for a possible stumping. It was a brilliant piece of work by Simpson, because I think the ball was going down the leg side, but he not only took it, but he flicked off the bails as well. It was a lightning piece of wicket keeping. Sadly for him and for Middlesex, Scriven hadn't actually moved, so he was still very safely in the crease.
We were laughing because Nick Cook has just, having replaced the bails, patted John Simpson on the back as he heads off to point.
Of course, I was saying well done, good stuff. He was in though, and that is thuds into the pads of Scriven, and suddenly I think the move to put the wicket keeper standing up, Scriven's for the first time in really this innings is looking ever so slightly uncomfortable. He does like to get outside the crease, and particularly to the quicker bowlers, but he's having to wait. Ryan Higgins misses his trap with the foot as the ball goes past him, but it only rolls up to mid-on. There is no run, and it's a good fight back by Higgins in that over. He's now bowled 5 overs, none for 19. There was a boundary as something crashes down somewhere in the ground. Or is it
something
just
going on
down
at the businesses on in Milligan Road, on the Milligan Road there. There's sort of 6 or 7, I think there are in the garages there, and occasionally you'll get a sort of little burst of noise, and nobody asks too many questions.
Well, I'm not going to start. Carry on.
And you were right, Holman is going to have a little twirl, just see if he can make a difference. Certainly the Leicestershire spinners made a difference in the Middlesex second innings, when it went from 209 for 3 to 271 all out. There were wickets for Rahan Ahmed with his leg spin, and indeed for Callum Parkinson with his left arm orthodox spin. So we know there could be something there for Luke Holman. A little bit of a hiatus while Sam Robson dons the pads and the protector and the helmet, and rather waddles forward to take his position, presumably at short leg. Let's see where he ends up. Short leg it is. So slip and short leg for Holman, bowling to Colin Ackerman. He tells his backward point to take a step to his right, no more than that, and then steps in and bowls. Ackerman is forward, respectfully, getting to the pitch of the ball, forward defensive, back down the pitch. It rolls to the fair-haired Luke Holman, slightly fair-haired, sun glinting off his head, off his hair, as he is in and bowls. Forward again goes Ackerman, back down to Holman. The ball runs 68 for 5. The partnership 33, 23 of them scored by Tom Scriven, who continues to confirm the good impression he's made with the bat in this game. Tossed up by Holman, driven hard out into the offside, but only as far as cover by Ackerman. Bounces up nicely for the fielder, I think maybe Milan. Holman steps in and bowls, a little bit short, and back goes Ackerman. Just works it, doesn't try, unlike Rahan Ahmed, who perished that way to Holman's first ball of the first innings. Doesn't try and wipe it over the top of the meat, just goes back and calmly works it out into the gap at mid-wicket and jogs a single. A little bit too much of an old hand The 18-year-old Ahmed's eyes lit up, didn't they? And he thought, that one's disappearing out of the ground. It stayed too low and went underneath his swinging bat. Holman is in to Scriven, into the leg side. He's appealing. Oh, he's gone! He is caught at short leg. He's appealing for the catch. Inside edge onto the pad. Bounced comfortably into the hands of Robson, and the lack of reaction sort of out there, it was almost as though the appeal was taken as read, that it was going to be answered in the affirmative. It wasn't too vociferous, simply because apparently the inside edge was too obvious. Took the inside edge onto the pad. Really comfortable catch for Sam Robson, and the partnership is broken. And once again, Holman has worked the oracle for Middlesex in his very first over.
Yeah, just as he did a couple of times in the first innings, didn't he? He came on and just made the breakthrough that they'd been waiting for. And you just felt, after watching how the Leicestershire spinners changed things round yesterday, that perhaps that was what was required. Feel a bit for Scriven. It wasn't much of a little nick, but the way he walked off and the way the umpire's finger went up immediately and the fielders reacted, it was definitely an inside edge.
And once again, it comes on the stroke of an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Here it comes. And once again, as you come to me, Leicestershire have just lost a wicket, I'm afraid. It was a useful partnership for the sixth wicket of 34, Tom Scriven and Colin Ackerman, but Scriven has just gone back and tried to defend a delivery from the leg spinner Luke Holman, got an inside edge onto the pad and bounced in the air very comfortably to Sam Robson at short leg. Scriven goes for 23, 69 for 6. Just Colin Ackerman really standing firm for the Foxes at the moment. He's on 32 not out of 84 deliveries. He's now been joined by Ed Barnes, very much a bowling all-rounder, really. Barnes, he's beginning to run out of partners. Ackerman, perhaps he'll take the initiative. Not quite yet, though. He'll keep fighting. Barnes can be a doughty battler on his day, but the Foxes' defeat beginning to loom large for them. They're 69 for 6. Holman tosses the ball from hand, spins the ball from right hand to left. Ed Barnes, well, he batted well in the first innings. Was it 31 he made? 46 he made in the end, actually. I beg his pardon. He was 31 not out overnight, I think. And yeah, I thought he was going to get his first 50 of the season. Can he do so this time? Bowls outside off stump. Holman, Barnes steps up, but obviously with it being his first ball, not obviously, but sensibly being his first ball, lets it go through. But Holman has done it, a 1-for-1 off his first over, and bringing him on made the difference. 69 for 6 now, Leicestershire.
And I thought this might happen. Ethan Bamber is just moving ends. So Ryan Higgins' spell is over, and Ethan Bamber will come in from the Bennett end, from which he bowled very well in the first innings. And I see him and Holman holding the fort now till lunch, as Bamber does like it. Bowled just the 4 overs so far. 1 maiden, no wicket for 7. Middlesex will feel that they perhaps needed that, particularly with the news coming through from Glamorgan that Derbyshire had just lost their 4th wicket. Score now 196 for 4 in their second innings. They're still 101 runs behind Glamorgan with 6 wickets in hand. So we're waiting now for Ackerman to settle himself. Ethan Bamber is up to 3 slips now. We've lost the exotic 2 short mid wickets standing next to each other. That's played back to the bowler, who defends, who picks the ball up, has a quick word with the umpire, who obviously had a little word in his shell like about possibly where the follow through was on his run. Ethan Bamber now wide of the crease, in, and nicely played by Ackerman. Plays it up to Toby Roland Jones at mid-on, and they go through for a very comfortable single because it was very wide of Toby Roland Jones.
There's some big daddy long legs around at the moment.
Yes, I saw one in the next door, the empty studio next door. There was a massive chap there yesterday.
They're quite difficult to get rid of, simply because when I tried to trap, one came in the bathroom the other day, and when you try to trap it in a cup, the legs are everywhere.
They are. As Ethan Bamber comes in again. With his arms and legs everywhere, not daddy long legs, but
I know what you mean. Yes,
with Ed Barnes. But,
I was thinking Bamber, who tends to be a little bit sort of arms and legs as he comes hammering in.
So we've got a pair of them currently battling. It's all energetic from Ethan Bamber, though everything is at 100 miles an hour, and there's a big LBW shout, and you could feel that was pretty straight, and Barnes is cross with himself, but it was a good delivery from Ethan Bamber. Immediately the finger went up from umpire O'Shaughnessy, and certainly there don't seem to be any complaints at all. It was on him really quicker than he was expecting, tried to flick it away on the leg side, was beaten by the pace of the delivery, and it was plumb. Yeah,
and rather like Harry Swindells earlier this morning, Ed Barnes knew his fate, I suspect, as it wrapped him on the pads. Wanders off, head down, impressed in the first innings, didn't get a chance really to do so in the second, but well bowled Ethan Bamber. He's impressed, he always impresses Bamber. 1 for 8 for him from 4.4 now, and Ackerman 33 not out, is beginning to run out of partners. Callum Parkinson will fight because he doesn't know how to do anything else, essentially, Parquet. And then Chris Wright, or possibly it'll be Michael Finan and then Chris Wright.
Yeah, but Parkinson could hold things up for a bit, Wright could hold things up for a bit. I think Finan will attack given the opportunity, possibly.
Yeah.
But suddenly, having had to really work Middlesex this morning, just the 1 wicket in the first hour and a quarter, and just getting a teeny bit frustrated. The bowling changes from Tim Murtagh have worked, the leg spinner striking, and then Ethan Bamber changing ends and looking altogether more dangerous. So it will be Parkinson who will be facing. Be a strange moment for Middlesex. If they do win this match fairly briskly now, they'll still have to wait for events at Glamorgan to know whether they're promoted or not. And that looks as if it's going to finish a little later as Ethan Bamber goes for the bouncer first up. To Parkinson, who watches it sail over his head, slightly down the leg side as well. Not the world's best directed bouncer. Very easy for Parkinson to take evasive manoeuvres. Now will he follow this up with something full and quick? Bamber in now. Parkinson thought about playing at it, and then in fairness did raise the bat back out of the way. That is the end of a very good over from Ethan Bamber. There is a little bit of a conversation going on. Ah, no, there was no conversation. It was just Bamber getting his sunglasses back from the back of Steve O'Shaughnessy's Panama hat. So the end of that over, Bamber, 5 overs, 1 for 8, bowled really, really nicely so far this morning. It will be Luke Holman to continue. Ackerman, who's just watching all the carnage at the other end, still there on 33 in a score of 70 for 7.
Holman to continue. Leicestershire have twice previously this season been dismissed even for less than 100 in innings. Holman is in full toss, that is driven slightly in out, so to speak, by Ackerman. That tends to be sometimes how he drives. It's a sort of His bat is far from being vertical, almost sort of horizontal as he hits it out into the offside, reaches forward a bit, drives it out to the sweeper on the offside boundary, takes his single, moves on to 34, 71 for 7. Both those previous dismissals for less than 100 were by Nottinghamshire in different matches. Holman is into Parkinson, who's forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, pushing it out into the covers, and there's no run. Holman bowls, forward goes Barnes, Derbyshire losing wickets. So looks as though Glamorgan are going to go on and complete victory in that game, so it is all going to go to the last week of the season.
Yeah, 5 down now, 197 for 5. They still trail by exactly 100.
Holman is in, Parkinson is defending on the back foot this time, out into the offside it goes. Again, there is no run.
It'd be tough for Middlesex at Worcestershire. They lost at home to Worcestershire earlier this season. Merchant Taylor's School.
Holman in, bowls, Parkinson forward and off stump. I christened one of the ends at Merchant Taylor's when we were there last year, 2 years ago, because it didn't really have a name, and I said, well, given that Boris Karloff had been a pupil at Merchant Taylor's, one end surely ought to be either the Karloff end or Frankenstein end. But
I think go Karloff, because is that officially the Frankenstein monster end, wouldn't it?
It would. Yeah. It would get a little bit complicated, wouldn't it? Well, yes, it's Dr. Frankenstein, wasn't it? No, you're absolutely right.
As pedantic as me would.
But then somebody equally pedantic got in touch and said, well, actually, when Boris Karloff was at Merchant Taylor's, the school wasn't there; it was in the city. So it had moved, it had obviously moved since. Round the wicket goes, almost a catch for Robson again there. As he went round the wicket home and it bounced up, worked by Parkinson in the air past Robson, who stuck up his left hand, and on another day, who knows, it might just have stuck. It didn't. Parkinson is off the mark with that single, 72 for 7 at the end of the over.
And Holman nearly getting another wicket with a ball dragged down, and probably not one of his finest deliveries, but on this occasion Parkinson survives. I like the Karloff end though.
It has a ring to it, doesn't it?
It really does. As it will be Ethan Bamber who sees Parkinson take a big stride forward and play the defensive shot. If a little bit on the late side, certainly Bamber was interested for half a second or so. Goes back to his crease, he's busy waiting for the ball to get back from Higgins and Toby Roland Jones. Has a look at it, decides that looks fine, and then runs in. And Parkinson again with the big stride, just sees where the ball is pitching and feels safe to leave it through to the wicketkeeper, and it was good judgment. He just lifts up his right knee to just loosen that a touch, Parkinson. The 3 slips, have a bit of a chat, scuff the ground with their cricket boots. As in comes Bamber once again. And that's a better bouncer. He greeted Parkinson with a bouncer that was easy for the batter to duck under, but that one was better directed. It was still very well ducked under by Parkinson, but certainly was a little more dangerous than the first one. I don't think he's playing for the attempted hook shot, only has the long leg out, square leg, no square leg actually, just mid-wicket. And that's a good delivery that in the end Parkinson does pretty well. It comes off the high part of the bat, but he plays it down into the ground. It goes to point safely, but he's getting a little bit of extra bounce that just surprised Parkinson a tad there. Ethan Bamber.
Bamber dismissed Parkinson in the first innings, leg before wicket, after a little partnership with Eddie Barnes for the 9th wicket, 28th.
Yeah, Parkinson does battle it out. Certainly Middlesex are being made to battle for every wicket, but there's... Oh, I thought there was an edge for a second. There was certainly a waft outside off stump by Parkinson, but he didn't get the little edge. It did carry through to the wicket-keeper. There was a bit of movement as well, wave, but Parkinson actually ended up playing it pretty well, and it fell well short of third slip and squirted through the cordon, but there was no run there. But another terrific over from Bamber, who really let Parkinson know he was around in that over. It's funny, there's still another ball to go. No, there isn't. 6 overs, 1 for 8 at the moment, Bamber. Terrific figures, but he has bowled really, really well.
Holman is going to continue with the round of the wicket attack, this time to Ackerman, who's just jogging around, just trying to get his feet moving. He's been out there all morning, Colin Ackerman. All session, which is only 13 minutes away. Another wicket or two, and lunch might be delayed. Holman is in and bowls. Ackerman is sweeping and sweeping successfully. Got to the pitch of it, and Robson jumped into the air as it whistled past him out to the square leg boundary for 4. So Ackerman, given that there are only 3 wickets left now, looks like he might be prepared to be a touch more aggressive, the proximity of lunch notwithstanding. Holman has seen enough anyway. The round the wicket attack will not continue to Ackerman. He's going to go back over. Ackerman on to 38 now. Holman in, bowls to him. Ackerman is down the wicket, smashing it high for a massive 6 that is coming our way. Lands just below us. Beautiful pick-up from Colin Ackerman. Well, I think we can definitely confirm he is going to be prepared to be a touch, just a tad more aggressive. What a lovely shot that was, and from the very second it left the bat, that was going to be a 6. Well, that must have been 30 feet over the ropes and into the pavilion just below us up here on the roof.
That was the second 6 of the match, I think. Did we have one, I think, earlier? Now trying to remember.
It was the cleanest, that's for sure. Holman is in, Ackerman is forward, thick outside part of the bat, runs it down towards backward point, and there is no run. Ackerman on to 44 off 90. 82 for 7. Holman in, bowls. Ackerman is sweeping again. Robson is jumping out of the way. He swept it a little bit finer this time, so more or less straight to Higgins, who's down there at long leg. I thought it must be Bamber, but it isn't. Bamber's at a backward point. It's Higgins down there. And 1 is taken. Ackerman on to 45, 83 for 7. Field will change for Parkinson, only to the extent that mid-wicket has come in to a conventional mid-wicket. Over the wicket goes Holman to Parkinson, who is forward, solidly enough, defending that one out into the onside. No run. It's a gorgeous afternoon here now. Beautiful. Just a few Simpsons clouds out there now. Little white ones, fluffy ones. Jumpers have been shed alongside us. Holman is in, down the leg side. Simpson doesn't miss those though, saw it all the way. Parkinson didn't play at it. Simpson took it a foot or so away to his left, as cleanly as you like. End of the over. Not quite so successful that time for Luke Holman, but he's done his job already, really, by picking up the wicket of Scriven in his very first over. 83 for 7. Well, to win, Leicestershire need less than 200. 192, but they have only 3 second innings wickets in hand.
Yeah, not the best over Luke Holman has ever bowled, that one. It was a terrific shot by Ackerman, who took command of the situation for the 6. but some of the others were just a bit loose, and he won't be pleased with that. Bamber is in, and that's punched off the back foot nicely by Ackerman, but it'll only be a single, and he moves on to 46. Man does deserve his half century for his performance today. Bamber, though, has bowled very well to Parkinson so far, and won't mind that Ackerman took the single on the very first ball. Certainly the volume for the slips goes up a notch or two as Bamber now comes in and bowls, and there's a little bit of away movement and a bit of a spit in front of the wicketkeeper, who Simpson, almost for the first time in this innings, hasn't taken the ball completely cleanly. And first slip, Eskenazi has to get involved and just make sure there's no chance of a run. Parkinson checks the back of his bat, then gets in position very early, even before Bamber has the ball. Bamber is now running in, Parkinson back poised, backside pointing out, and plays in a very comfortable and secure manner back to the bowler. More shouting.
Let's go 4 in the session, lads. That was the shout.
You're very good at translating the...
They want 1 more before lunch.
Which is understandable. We've got we may have 3 overs, this over and 2 more, I'd have thought. Oh, and that is flicked off and should be cut off down at fine leg, running round, but they'll still go through for 2. It was just on or around leg stump, and Parkinson did pretty well to turn it round the corner. He practices the shot again, but he managed to play it fine and get 2 more to take his score up to 3, and the overall score up to 88.
Welcome to listeners to Radio 5 Live Sports Extra to the Uptonsteel County Ground.
Nice to hear that you're with us as the ball from Ethan Bamber passes the outside edge of Parkinson's bat. It's taken successfully by Simpson, the wicketkeeper, passed along the slip cordon. It gets held up in the covers as a spot of polishing goes on. Tim Murtagh, the captain, will now give it another go before the ball is flicked back to Ethan Bamber, who has bowled really, really well this morning. Taken just the 1 wicket. Ed Barnes trapping him LBW. But he's in again, and Parkinson plays that with a very high elbow. Nice forward defensive shot. Up to mid-on. 3 runs come from that Ethan Bamber over. He's now bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, and taken 1 for 9. Colin Ackerman batting beautifully, 46 not out. Parkinson 1 not out. They must have been leg byes that flicked off the side of when it went down to the fine leg rather than off the bat. And the score, though, has moved up to 86 now for 7 after Leicestershire resumed this morning on 13 for 4. The next voice you hear will be that of Richard Ray.
Middlesex closing in on victory, but it doesn't necessarily mean they are going to be promoted this season. If Glamorgan go on to beat Derbyshire, as looks likely to be the case, it will all go down to the last week. Leicestershire, from their point of view, simply looking to secure a victory of any kind in the county championship this season. They have yet to win, and it doesn't look like, I'm afraid, they are going to win this game. I'm afraid from Leicestershire's point of view, of course, that is. Luke Holman, Middlesex's leg spinner, goes around the wicket, bowls to Colin Ackerman, who's going to pick up a single there, pushes it out, not entirely where he wanted it to go, but into a space at mid-wicket, and he's going to take 1 and move on to 47. He's been the main man as far as Leicestershire are concerned. His 47, more than half Leicestershire's runs in this second innings. 13 for 4, as Guy said at the start of play. They've moved on to 87 for 7 to 3 men out. Harry Swindells, leg before wicket to Toby Roland Jones, his 8th wicket of the match as Holman bowls to Leicestershire skipper Callum Parkinson, who defends. Swindells went for 5, palpably, as they say, leg before wicket. That was 35 for 5. Tom Scriven, who battled away well, partnership of 34 with Ackerman before Scriven was caught at short leg in Holman's first over, inside edge onto the pad for 23. Holman into Parkinson, who again forward defends back down the pitch on the offside, and that's 69 for 6. And Ed Barnes came and went fairly quickly, leg before wicket to Ethan Bamber on the back foot without scoring. Just a couple of deliveries for Barnes. 70 for 7 at that stage. Ackerman has been the defiant one though, as far as the Foxes are concerned, as Holman bowls to Parkinson, full toss, but Parkinson content to stroke it out to mid-on. Ackerman in the last Holman over hit a 4 and a glorious straight 6 that almost reached us here up on top of the Grace Road Pavilion. 17 so far for the 8th wicket. Is the partnership of which Parkinson has a single, and it will still be just one as he stretches forward and defends that one out into the offside. We are just 3 minutes away from lunch here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. We will have one more over therefore after this, and mid-wicket goes out. They would not mind if Parkinson takes a single from the last ball. Holman is into Parkinson, who is not interested in a single because he's just pushing the ball straight back up the wicket to Luke Holman, who has bowled 4 overs this morning and has done his job by taking that wicket of Tom Scriven. 1 for 15. His figures 87 for 7. Ackerman 47. Can he get his 50 before lunch?
Yes, indeed. Certainly, you got the feeling that Parkinson is now playing for lunch and just making sure he hangs around. Played that very nicely, indeed, that over from Luke Holman, which was a little bit, well, certainly it was more on the money than the previous over and forced a stream of forward defensive shots. It will be Ethan Bamber who will finish off proceedings before lunch, you feel, with just 2 minutes on the clock here at Grace Road before lunch interval, as Bamber comes in from the Bennett end and finds a thickish outside edge from the bat of Ackerman, which may go all the way to the boundary, and Ackerman brings up a well-deserved 100. 94 deliveries.
I wish it was
50. 50. I gave him 50 runs more than he actually had. A very well-deserved half-century, and he's hit 7 fours and 1 6. It came off 94 balls, and has been a fantastic innings, particularly given the circumstances of the match and what's been happening up at the other end. He's 51 not out in a score of 91 for 7. As Bamber comes hurtling in once more, up on his toes, Ackerman plays it defensively into the covers where there will be no run. And he really has deserved that half-century. It's probably his streakiest shot that brought it up. Up until now he has played really, really well. I think he's been beaten once this morning, that's about it. Bamber has bowled very well though. Oh, and there's an edge! And it's been dropped. It was a dive across first slip from Simpson, who's kept beautifully this morning, but he couldn't cling on to it. Eskenazi was there, and that will annoy Middlesex a tad, because they would have loved to have seen the back of Ackerman, and you have to feel that Ethan Bamber outside Toby Roland Jones has been the pick of the Middlesex attack. Probably deserved another wicket as well, but it was a tough chance. It's been spilled to his right hand, and Bamber now comes in again and beats Ackerman outside off stump with a steepling delivery that got extra bounce. I think there was a little anger at the drop catch in that second, in the ball to follow, and after getting the edge, seeing it put down, he beats the outside edge with the next delivery, and Ackerman looking as uncomfortable as he has done at any stage in what's been a most impressive innings. Still Bamber to come in, and that is tucked up to mid-on, and there is no run.
He had to go for it, Simpson. I think there it would have landed in front of Eskenazi. Here's an update for BBC Radio Leicester. 1 ball to go until lunch. The Foxes are on the verge of defeat, I'm afraid. They're 91-7, still needing another 184 runs to win the match. Just 3 second innings wickets in hand. It was nearly 2 a moment ago when Colin Ackerman, a ball or 2 after having gone to a magnificent half century, edged the bowling from Ethan Bamber low towards first slip. Wicketkeeper John Simpson dived across, got his glove to it, couldn't hang on. The players are now leaving the field for lunch. Leicestershire 91-7. Ackerman 51 not out. Parkinson with a single to his name.
Well, that's the end of another excellent over from Ethan Bamber. That's been a very good session indeed as far as he is concerned. Interesting, probably on as even on the session as a whole. 13 for 4, it would have been easy for Leicestershire just to capitulate, but with Ackerman to the fore, they have held Middlesex at bay and ensure we'll be going into an afternoon session. Parkinson, who is 1 not out from 25 deliveries, showing the fight and fortitude that the team need if they're to keep any chance of an unlikely result in this match alive. Ackerman has had 1 life now, dropped in the final over before lunch by Simpson off the bowling of Bamber after he'd just brought up his thoroughly deserved half century. So Roland Jones, 4 wickets for him in this innings, 4 wickets in the first innings. And Richard, we continue, we carry on.
We can, but it does feel very inevitable that Leicestershire's defeat will happen sometime this afternoon, especially with that delivery really from Ethan Bamber that took the edge of Ackerman's bat. Ackerman comfortably Leicestershire's best batsman in this game, and there has been movement all morning, and Middlesex have bowled as Middlesex seamers always do seem to bowl, with great accuracy, getting movement. They've got Roland Jones and Murtagh to come back for spells in the afternoon, and you feel it's going to be just a matter of time, essentially, before the defeat is confirmed. But they have shown some fight this morning, particularly in the persons of Ackerman, Tom Scrivens, and overnight, if you like, late last night and early this morning, Harry Swindells. So a matter of time, one feels. 91-7. Thank you for your company at the Uptonsteel County Ground. We'll be back with you in around about 30 minutes or so's time, and Middlesex will be hoping to conclude proceedings fairly promptly thereafter.
Now seems to be bowling to the umpire's satisfaction, and that was Fuller, but it was really well dug out by Eskenazi, and the ball flying across this. Much brighter over to our right, so at the moment, no danger of. Oh, and that is extraordinary. That really is extraordinary. And Scriven's taken 2 wickets.
Ooh.
And that's played really nicely. It was a bit wide. It wasn't a full half. Barnes in once again, and it's flicked away nicely, really nicely by Higgins, and he moves to 50.
Parkinson in, bowls, forward, edged court. Well, it won't be a century partnership. Ryan Higgins went forward. It did turn a...
Get yourself in trouble doing that to the leggy. And that is swept on this occasion straight to the fielder. So Ahmed has his first. But it really was a good shot. Finan in again, and then he's gone short, and this has been put up in the air. Will it be caught by Ahmed? It will. And Simpson.
Ball is only 13 overs old as in goes Finan. Bowled him! Off stump is out of the ground. Finan has his 4th wicket, came back in. Might be good enough. Down the slope he comes and bowled him! And Mikey Finan has a 5-fer. He did make a little bit of room. To give himself room.
Has now gone into short legs, so the field was very much set with. Oh, and that's a beauty! And he is LBW. It's been given. Ackerman has this innings in the 23rd over, and Holman is, and that's short! But Rehan Ahmed, having a swipe at a short delivery, has missed it.
Is in. Scriven goes back, dabs it out into the offside in the gap, and that is the one that he needed for his first 50. Backward, square and mid-wicket. There is a fielder, but he's on the boundary. Holman is in, driving through the offside, Harry Swindells, and that is the... Years. Tim Murtaugh's on at the Bennett end. Bowls edged, caught behind. Scriven has gone. Murtaugh with his first ball after tea. In, bowls. Oh, bounces and he's caught at first slip, one-handed above his head. No, says yes he is. Umpire, he turned to umpire Cook, who just nodded.
Excellent. Toby Roland Jones then in. Oh, and there's an edge, and he's gone. Toby Roland Jones, he's done that.
These little outswingers.
Oh, and that is very close, and that is out.
He was walking, wasn't he, almost there?
Bamber deserved that.
The last wicket is now worth. Roland Jones in, bowls short. Barnes goes for the hook, and he has top edged it into the gloves of John Simpson. So they haven't got the extra batting bonus point, and they haven't overhauled the Middlesex first innings.
And now quick stride, and that is flicked off his legs. That is
about sort of 10 degrees. In goes Parkinson. That one doesn't really turn. It's a little bit short outside off stump. Stoneman can work it away to backward point for the single. He
Scriven, right arm round the wicket. Oh, and an edge, and it's taken. And Holden misses out on 100. Can't believe what he's just... My lord, we've never had tea on time. Won't know what to do with mine. Oh, and that is the end of Mark Stoneman. He tried to sweep Kimber. Oh, and he's bowled him. He went back. Just picked the wrong shot. I think he thought that he was going to be able to play the expanse.
Leicestershire haven't done that very often this season. In he goes. Slog sweep, bowled him. Simpson misses the ball, turns back in, looks back.
That's short and it's just hoiked, and it's a horrible shot. What has Luke Holman done? He's just given catching practice.
Parkinson in, bowls, Bamber is beaten and bowled. That was a peach of a delivery. His off stump is leaning back.
To stop Ed Barnes getting any closer, and then it's should be out. It's just lolloped up. It's a very, very simple catch indeed. Toby Roland Jones goes for hit over the top. It's 3 wickets for Roland. So easily his best career figures, 3 for 50, and Middlesex are all out. Tim
A little shuffle, then he gets into his stride and bowls to Evans, hits him on the pad. It's a late appeal, but he's given him. He has given him. Murtagh has.
was a thickish outside edge. Oh, and he's just cleaned him up. He's bowled him. It's a beauty from Toby Roland Jones. Reaching their victory target of 149 for 7 wickets. Down, and his 3rd wicket is taken here. Toby Roland Jones has cleaned up Lewis Kimber. Runs away from us. Oh, and that's bowled him as well. It's another beauty from Toby Roland.
Hiding man. He's a big fella though. In he goes and bowls. Foolish, and that's got to be close. That's leg before wicket. They have got the wicket. I will not be able to tell. Too low and went underneath his swinging bat. Holman is in to Scriven into the leg side. He's appealing. Oh, he's gone. He is caught at short leg. He's appealing for the catch.
All energetic from Ethan Bamber, though everything is at 100 miles an hour, and there's a big LBW shout, and you could feel that that was pretty strong. Comes in from the Bennett end and finds a thickish outside edge from the bat of Ackerman, which may go all the way to the boundary, and Ackerman brings up a well-deserved 100. 94 deliveries.
I wish it was
50.
Well, good afternoon everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The afternoon session, possibly, he whispers, the last of the game on this fourth day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by the BBC, as the BBC does every ball bowled in county and domestic cricket throughout the summer. Leicestershire about to resume to win the game on 91 for 7. 13 for 4 at start of play. They have lost Harry Swindells earlier this morning for 5. LBW to Toby Roland Jones. Tom Scriven caught by Sam Robson at short leg off the bowling of the leg. Luke Holman for 23. And Eddie Barnes, look at Ethan Bamber without soaring. He's after you scores and a 6. And his passes with the moment how 20 deliveries. Wickets there by Middlesex to win the game. 184 by Leicestershire. Of the two, both Guy Swindells of BBC Radio London and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, are of the opinion that the 3 wickets might be easier to obtain. It's going to be Toby Roland Jones who will open the bowling for Middlesex, as he usually does in a session, but this time from the pavilion end. Guy will tell you all about it.
So Toby Roland Jones looking for the 5-for. He's got 4 in this innings to go with his 4 in the first. This one is pitched up and played relatively comfortably by Callum Parkinson out into the covers. He's defended stoutly since coming to the crease, Parkinson. Chanceless 1 from 26 deliveries. Colin Ackerman, who's batted so well, did have a life just before the break, dropped by Simpson in the bowl of Bamber when he was on his current score of 51. Just brought up his half century. As Toby Roland Jones is in again and gives that a little, goes full on that one, looking for a little bit of movement. But again, it's punched up to a pretty close mid-off. Fielders, we have 3 slips, cover point, extra cover, mid-off. Mid-off is certainly not set back, Tim Murtagh. Mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. So Toby Roland Jones is in once again, and again he bowls full, seeing if he can get a little bit of late movement. And that is played out with a little more authority by Callum Parkinson. Once more to exactly the same place. Tim Murtagh at a wideish mid-off. As we get into something of a rhythm in the first over, after lunch. This is one of those attritional periods as far as Middlesex are concerned. The chances of Leicestershire getting 184 are remote, but are possible, and you just have to keep bowling in the right place and make something happen. Just as Toby Roland Jones is now, he's bowling on or around off stump. That one was a little shorter in length and was punched out to cover rather than mid-off, as he does before settling down into his guard. Callum Parkinson has a long look at his bat and gets in position very early. Toby Roland Jones is now running in from the pavilion end, and again it's foolish, again it's defended nicely out into the covers, and this over has a touch of the Groundhog Days about it.
Welcome back to listeners to 5 Sports Extra, to the Uptonsteel County Ground. Middlesex striving for the last 3 wickets they need to complete victory, but not necessarily secure promotion.
No, because if Glamorgan win, they remain able to overtake Middlesex, depending on the final round of matches in Division 2. Oh, and that's the first ball that has gone past the outside edge of the bat. Give Parkinson the benefit of the doubt that he just got his bat inside the line. Decent maiden, though, to start from Toby Roland Jones. He's 4th so far in this innings. He's bowled 11 overs and he's taken 4 for 25. Now has incredible 63 wickets in the county championship this season. And from the other end, it looks Ethan Bamber, Richard.
Indeed, I'm not surprised because he bowled so well before lunch, certainly from that Bennett end down the slope here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, finding the edge even of Colin Ackerman's bat. John Simpson diving across in front of Steve Eskenazi at first slip, not quite able to hang on to a very difficult chance. I think one of the very vets that have shelled by Middlesex have been very game. They have looked like a side more capable during motion and deserving of promotion. Amber is just asking Luke Holman to go out to gully stroke fifth slip in from third slip, comes scampering in, bowls to Ackerman, passes and past the outside, and Ackerman, having taken his bottom hand off the bat, gestures a sort of gesture of helplessness. What on earth can I do with a delivery like that? And indeed there was very little.
Bamber has bowled a few of those to him in the last couple of overs.
He's found a spot or something, hasn't he, that really is making life difficult for the batsman, as you would kind of hope on the fourth day, on a fourth day pitch. Comes charging down the slope and bowls again to Ackerman on off stump. Ackerman leans forward. That one doesn't bounce too much and defends it out into the offside. Just the light roller we had this morning after an unfortunate episode yesterday when the heavy roller went on twice within half an hour. Leicestershire had just one wicket remaining at the start of play yesterday, but due to a miscommunication of some kind, the heavy roller went on before the start of play, and then Middlesex, as was their right, had it put on at the change of innings. In goes Bamber and bowls again, goes past the outside edge, and Ackerman drops his hands, but goodness me, it was slightly shorter of a length this time, bounced and left him, and went past the outside edge into the gloves of Simpson. And the umpire, Steve O'Shaughnessy, wants to have a look at the ball and examines it carefully, then throws it on to the mid-off, Tim Murtagh, the Middlesex captain. Wondered perhaps whether a seam was coming loose or something like that. What is causing this sudden outbreak of bounce and movement for Bamber, who goes in and bowls to Ackerman, who drops it out into the offside. Parkinson's interested in the possibility of a single. Ackerman quickly realises that there isn't one to be taken, sends his captain back. But I think it's basically just, obviously, the effects of the light roller that went on this morning are long since worn off. A little bit of there's been brighter sunshine today for the first time arguably in the game, really hot bright sunshine, and that will have just taken the last vestiges of moisture out of the pitch. I mentioned the darker looking soil where it's been disturbed. In goes Bamber, and that one is just drifting onto the legs of Ackerman. He's disappointed with himself, Bamber, because Ackerman can play it away off his body out towards deep mid wicket and take 192 for 7. One more run will see Leicestershire equal their lowest score of the season, and obviously they would hope to avoid that particular ignominy if they possibly can. Bamber, as Holman goes back from that sort of fifth slip position to a conventional third slip, comes down the slope, bowls to Callum Parkinson, who moves across his stumps and then presents a very broad bat as he gets forward there. Talking to some of the Leicestershire members during the lunch interval, the general consensus was that if Parky doesn't try and play any attacking shots, he could stay there all day, and that is his job really, just to be there at the other end while Colin Ackerman shoulders the burden of runs scoring. Ackerman 52, Parkinson has a single. Leicestershire 92 for 7, need another 183 to win the game.
Yes, Parkinson in this innings has rather perfected the forward defensive shot, as you would expect with a man who has scored 1 from the 32 deliveries he has faced so far. He's not looking to attack at all, he's just merely keeping an end going. We did see Ackerman launch a bit of a counter-attack against the leg spin of Luke Holman, less so against the seamers. As I said that, Roland Jones has put down a bouncer, and there was the possibility the ball was in the air for some time at fine leg, but one fine leg had to come round from quite a square position and couldn't quite get round there in time, but interesting. One, Ackerman's taking it on. Two, Roland Jones is possibly looking for the short delivery. He now has a deep mid-wicket and the fine leg is going a little finer, having been caught out on that particular occasion. But Ackerman unafraid of taking that on, as Roland Jones is in again, and again just short of a length, but up on his toes and playing defensively on this occasion. It's played nicely up to mid-on. Ethan Bamber does the fielding.
Tell me, Guy, whether you've heard this or not, and apologies as I've said this to you before. Some of the Leicestershire staff are walking around the boundary. Now, Ned Eckersley, who was up here a few games ago, said that if you walk anti-clockwise, it's for runs. If you walk clockwise, it's for wickets.
Oh, I hadn't heard that before. How interesting. And that is a bouncer that on this occasion Ackerman does not take on, instead ducks beneath it.
Well, if we see the Middlesex, any Middlesex backroom staff walking around clockwise, we'll know that there may be something in it.
Yes, the Leicestershire staff are certainly walking anti-clockwise as we watch at the far end of the ground, perambulating gently. Just seeing if this particular piece of superstition has been matched by Middlesex, but as yet there are no marchers. As again, and that was a little bit of swing there for Roland Jones, but it was well played by Ackerman, who managed to punch it back past the bowler. They take two. Ackerman was thinking about a third, but he was sent back by Callum Parkinson. So he just adds a couple. The score goes up to 98. Ackerman's contribution 58, just showing how important he has been to this counter attack by Leicestershire, as Roland Jones is in once again, and that is defensively played with the high elbow up to mid-on. Ethan Bamber does the fielding. Roland Jones, not for the first time in this match, goes and gives a Paddington stare at the batsman, long and hard, studiously ignored as normal by Colin Ackerman, who
I prefer my Russian wolf to Paddington.
I prefer your Russian wolf to Paddington.
But I like the Paddington.
Yeah, there's less poetry in Paddington.
But he did used to give people evils, didn't he?
He did, the long hard stare. As Roland Jones again bowls short, and again on this occasion Ackerman ducks underneath it, but Roland Jones would have taken some heart from the fact that he did get Ackerman to take on that first one, but because the ball went a little bit finer than the fielder was expecting, he didn't have time to get round there if the catch would have carried. So Ackerman safely on to 58 in a total of 98 for 7. Parkinson's vigil continues, 1 from 32 balls, and still needing another 177 for victory.
Yeah, the top-edged hook from Ackerman early in the Roland Jones over did at least ensure that Leicestershire have gone past their previous lowest score of 93, which was made against Nottinghamshire earlier this season. Their second lowest score of 99 was also made against Nottinghamshire, not in the same game. So they'd like to go past that too, I'm sure. Bamber is down the slope and bowling to Callum Parkinson, who is edging it, almost deliberately sort of pushing at that one down into the ground, a little bit in the air for a couple of feet, then bounced a couple of times before being half stopped by Sam Robson at second slip. Ran behind the Australian for a couple of feet, but no chance of a quick single being taken as a consequence, and getting the strike back to Ackerman, who's leaning on his bat watching as Parkinson, with the bat raised up and down behind him. Bamber is in, bowls to him. He's closing the face of the bat on that one, taking it, judging by Bamber's reaction, straight off the stumps, or off his pad, in front of off stump. He does tend to step across, turning it out towards square leg, and again there's no run. Keeping an eye out for the Middlesex support staff, if they don't need at this stage to be contemplating walking a wicket. everything is coming to them in its own good time as Bamber is in. Bowls Parkinson very solidly forward. Everything is neat and together. And something else somebody said to me as I walked past, if the opening batsman had Parkinson's defence, determination, defiance, if you like, and the way he is sort of organised in defence, he said they'd be better for it.
And it is a very fine and effective forward defensive.
He looks like he's been brought up in Lancashire, doesn't he? Everything is very correct. You're not getting past me. In goes Bamber, bowls to him. He's pushing out into the offside, calling Ackerman through for the single as it bounces between extra cover and point. And the single is duly and comfortably taken. 99 for 7. Parkinson's second run from his 36th delivery. Partnership 29. Only 2 extras in the innings again. Middlesex really emphasising with that stat how accurately they bowled. In goes Bamber, bowls to Ackerman, who's square driving for 4. Just a little bit of width for the first time from Ethan Bamber. Ackerman crunched it away behind point with something of a flourish, and he moves on to 62 and brings up the Leicestershire 100.
At 13 for 4, that looked a long way away, so well played, Colin Ackerman. 62 of that 103, so he scored 60% of the runs, which is a remarkable percentage for one man.
Third slip has gone to 5th slip again as in goes Bamber and bowls much straighter as has been his wont previously. Ackerman equal to it, blocks it out into the offside end of the over. 103 for 7 remains a score. 41 overs have been bowled, so the ball, although there was a little bit of late swing there for Toby Roland Jones in his previous over, isn't beginning to move quite as much as it did throughout the entirety of the morning, to be quite honest.
Well, it's a much brighter, sunnier day now, isn't it? We had a bit of cloud cover early on. For Middlesex fans in particular, these are the other scores in Division 2. Derbyshire now 223 for 5 in their second innings, following on. So 74 runs behind Glamorgan now, those 5 wickets remaining, as Toby Roland Jones runs away from our commentary position from the pavilion end and sees his first delivery pushed out into the point area by Parkinson. There will be no run, and the other game's still live in the County Championship Division 2. Sussex are now 112 for 7 in their second innings, still trailing Durham by 185 runs with just those 3 wickets in hand. And for Durham, they'll be pleased that the weather is a little more clement today. Sussex less so, as Toby Roland Jones comes in once more. Just gives that, if he was a spinner you'd say he gave it a bit of air, but he certainly bowled it a fuller length and tried to get the ball to give the ball a chance to swing a little. But Callum Parkinson is in that place now where whatever he's bowled to him, there's a high front elbow and he's playing a forward defensive to it. Most effectively, it must be said, and frustratingly if you're a Middlesex fan. Toby Roland Jones. This time, of course, he changes the script, goes back across his stumps and then flicks it into the leg side. But equally with the middle of the bat, equally though in a defensive manner, so not looking to pierce the field, and he plays it straight to mid-wicket.
As well he wasn't, he's taking it off the stumps when he plays that shot. You can, if he misses one, and we may hear the appeal.
Yes, I think we might. The man known as Rojo runs away from us, and that's allowed to pass safely outside off stump and go through to the wicket keeper. A little wider than he would have wanted.
Pleasingly, the Middlesex 12th man and one of the staff is indeed walking. I know he's maybe taking a drink to fielder, but he is walking clockwise.
He is walking clockwise.
And the Leicestershire staff are walking anti-clockwise.
They're about to meet at about 11 o'clock, if this is a clock face.
In goes Roland Jones. Beg your pardon.
And it's taken outside off stump. Again, it's a lead from Callum Parkinson. There is one more delivery left in Toby Roland Jones's 13th over of this innings. He was the man who lit the blue touch paper last night with 3 wickets, all of them clean bowled in a brilliant spell of bowling under slightly difficult conditions, it must be said, for the Leicestershire batsmen. It was dark, the floodlights were on. In fact, play finished 10 overs early. But no problem like that this morning in bright sunshine as Roland Jones once more forces Callum Parkinson into playing a shot. It's a forward defensive into the covers. Parkinson now has 2 runs from 42 deliveries. Roland Jones has yet another maiden, his 5th in 13 overs in his figures of 4 for 31. But it will be Ackerman on 62 on strike with a score 103 for 7.
And while he is still there, Middlesex supporters will not rest entirely easily. 172 more needed. Hugely unlikely prospect, but well, he made 277 not out earlier this season in one innings at Hove against Sussex. Different circumstances. In goes Bamber and goes to his outside edge. I say that he's back to us, Ackerman, and so it looked to me like it beat the bat before he brought the bat back inside the line, but let's have a look at the replay. Perhaps. Bamber continues to impress. 1 for 19 off 10.1 overs. Only one poorish delivery in that in the previous over, really. Ackerman cracked away for 4. That's not a bad rate of return. In goes Bamber and bowls again on off stump. Ackerman on the back foot stands up tall, plays it hard down into the ground. It bounces back past Bamber's left hand, but comfortably enough to Murtagh at mid-off, and there is no run. They know patience is the key, especially as the ball gets old, or older. Might go back to Holman and give him another couple of overs. But at the moment, the seamer's rotating. Bamber is in, Ackerman is forward. Back down the pitch it goes to Ethan Bamber, who looks at the ball rather than the batsman, having fielded it, and then throws it out to Murtagh. And that slightly hunched-shouldered walk of updates time for BBC Radio Leicester. Bamber is in, outside off stump, through to Simpson. 103 for 7, so no wickets lost since lunch by Leicestershire. Colin Ackerman, who went into lunch on 51 not out, has moved on to 62. Callum Parkinson, who had scored just the single, his job is to stay there with Ackerman, and he's added just 1 to that single, so he's on 2, having faced 42 balls. They need another 172 runs to win the game, Leicestershire. It's a hugely unlikely prospect. Middlesex are staying patient, but the ball isn't moving as much as it did, and if Colin Ackerman, while he's there, they'll still be a little bit nervous about going on to secure victory, and you never quite know. Leicestershire 103 for 7. Full delivery from Bamber is played out to mid-off by Ackerman, and again there's no run. Quiet, contemplative at the Uptonsteel County Ground at the moment. A fair few have come in, a couple of hundred I would say. Meat looked to be doing quite good business during the lunch interval. Cabbage White flutters by our window as Bamber is in, short, pulled for 4 by Colin Ackerman. Hooked really, because it got up quite high. He wanted it to get up quite high, but didn't quite get on top of the previous hook. Colin Ackerman for Toby Roland Jones, but he got on top of that one and out to the deep backward square boundary. It flew at a rate of knots. Ackerman on to 66, and Stench Benno's stand starts up the Colin Ackerman song, 107 for 7.
As Max Holden was the man who had to dig the ball out from around the area about the old scoreboard. And a lengthy discussion now going on between the skipper Tim Murtagh and Toby Roland Jones about what field, what tactics, what to do to try and break this frustrating partnership in time more than runs. As far as Middlesex are concerned, they did have that chance just before the lunch break. But, Simpson, it was a tough one, diving low to his right from the edge of Ackerman, found by Ethan Bamber, but just couldn't cling on. He's so impeccably through some Jones though. On his Parkinson played down in it. Well, it's a short leg really. Is round to do the fielding. So they have put in a short leg. There are 3 slips. There is a point, cover point really. A cover, mid on, mid off, fine leg. But the surprise position is the short leg, and that's pitched up a bit more by Toby Roland Jones, but Parkinson's safely negotiates the delivery and plays it into the cover.
Keith Browning, watching on the stream, has pointed out that Toby Roland Jones has now bowled 100 maidens this season.
He's had a stellar season for Middlesex. Having another very good match at the moment, but boy could Middlesex do with him making another breakthrough now. On this occasion he fires the short ball in at Callum Parkinson, and almost in supplication Parkinson goes down on one knee and allows the ball to fly over the top of his head to the wicketkeeper.
I love the way he ducks like that. Left knee goes down onto the ground. It's rather stylish, isn't it?
It is, it's very good.
In a way.
Something heraldic about it. And in again, and this time it's a less pleasingly done duck, as this time he just goes down on his haunches and lets the ball go over his head. And Toby Roland Jones obviously feeling that he needs to bang it in for a bit just to sort of break things up, that Parkinson is playing the full length deliveries pretty comfortably, it must be said. Not scoring anything, but certainly not showing any signs of being visibly distressed, as Roland Jones mixes it up and plays this one. Pitched it up, but it's flicked away into the leg side, and Parkinson adds another to his score, racing now to 3 from 47 deliveries. Ackerman, who seems to be playing a different game to everybody else, 66 from 118. The run rate is currently 2.5 and over. If they were to win, there are just 59 overs and 1 ball left to score 167, so scoring at about the right rate. Middlesex will also be counting down those overs remaining as they look to wrap things up. Toby Roland Jones is in again, and Ackerman up on his toes, full face of the bat, played back to Toby Roland Jones. Just a kind of slightly miffed glare rather than the full laser eye treatment on that occasion. And he has finished his over, and he's grabbed a jumper and he's grabbed his cap, and I wonder whether that might be it for Toby Roland Jones for the time being, and whether they might turn to Luke Holman. Although he hasn't bowled absolutely brilliantly in this match, he's tended to take a wicket in the first over of whichever spell he's bowling, with whatever ball he bowls.
Ed McPhee on the stream has just made exactly that point. He said Holman, he just has a way of making things happen, and indeed he has. Bamber is in. Bowles outside off stump. Does get a little bit of swing away, but after it had passed by the stumps, allowed to do so unimpeded by Callum Parkinson, who stepped forward. It was a little bit wide to start with, went wider.
Derbyshire have lost a 6th wicket now, 233 for 6, trailing Glamorgan by 64 with 4 wickets in hand.
Just 64, you know, if they could get 100 ahead, it could be quite interesting. In goes Bamber, and again, leaving is Parkinson. It's a lot closer to the stumps this time, maybe 2 or 3 inches away above the angle of Bale and off stump.
It's usually the afternoon session in all the previous days where batting has been its most comfortable. Exactly.
Very few wickets have fallen. In goes Bamber and Bowles. Parkinson is solidly behind that one, holds the pose for a little while as he pushes it away off stump out into the covers. And there's no run. Middlesex trying to maintain the high energy levels and enthusiasm levels, and encouraging Ethan Bamber and Toby Roland Jones. Keep at it, keep patient, it'll come, it'll come. This partnership now worth 38 for the 8th wicket, of which Parkinson has scored 3 from exactly 50 deliveries. Leicestershire will not mind that at all. In goes Bamber, and Bowles to him again is equal to it on off stump, defending out into the covers. And there's no run. It does indeed look as though the pitch has not died a little, but it's slumbering under the sun. There was a few deliveries yesterday which absolutely exploded, particularly from that Bennett end, 1 or 2, and they caused dismissals as well. But so far today, Bamber's got 1 or 2 to lift and leave. Certainly in the over he bowled after lunch, goes in and bowls to Parkinson, who's forward, smothering any potential swing early, pushing it out into the offside. No run. Murtagh starting to warm up, in as much as Murtagh ever does, really. Just sort of kicks his legs out a few times. Feels like a gesture more than a really meaningful warm up, doesn't it? The physio's told me to do this, so I better show willing. I'm sure he really looks after himself off the field, but doesn't do anything too violently in terms of movement on it, even his run-up. In goes Bamber, outside off stump, a little bit too wide, and Parkinson, who hopped right across his stumps, was leaving outside off stump, and he's down on one knee again, but I think just to, what? Nothing, just went down on one knee there, just maybe a little stretch. End of the over, 108 for 7.
Well, Toby Roland Jones is going to continue. He's rather purposefully placed his cap and jumper with the umpire Nick Cook in his final match umpiring here at Grace Road. Murtagh is still doing some practice run-ups. You're right there about his fielding, but he did have to do one, as he actually has mud on his knee where he had to slide and save one potential boundary.
Oh, yes,
earlier today, but that must have come as something of a shock, as in comes Toby Roland Jones again, and that is played nicely up to mid-on by Ackerman, who is right behind it. Plays it comfortably defensively. There's a grey tinge to some of the clouds, but mainly those that have already passed over us here. We're in a touch of shade here at the pavilion end, but the square is still bathed in sunshine as Toby Roland Jones goes into that sunshine and finds the thickish outside edge of Ackerman. It bounds short of the man in 5th place, 5th slip position, as well described by Richard, that there are 2 regular slips and then a man in 5th slip, possibly gully position, Luke Holman, who did well to stop it in the end, and is still rubbing the top of his arm where the ball fizzed and hit him, but it was a definite edge from Ackerman, which Roland Jones will take heart from. This time it is the full middle of the bat that plays the ball up to Tim Murter, who flings it in to the wicket keeper. And there's a certain amount of buzzing from the slip cordon that is slighter than it was earlier in proceedings when there were 4 slips, as Middlesex were trying to go in for the kill here, and haven't taken a wicket since lunch. As Toby Roland Jones is in again, and it's short and it's pulled, but it is well controlled in the end from Ackerman. It was up in the air, but by the time it had bounced a couple of times to find leg perfectly safely, and they go through for a single. But Roland Jones will probably be encouraged by the fact that Ackerman wants to take it on if he can. He moves to 67. Still a couple of balls left in this Roland Jones over. As one of the dark clouds now goes over the square, it's now in shade. The wind picks up a bit, blowing the front of Roland Jones' shirt front as he comes in and gets Callum Parkinson to just play away from his body a little bit, perfectly safely, and he plays it just backward of point area, and they go through for another single. So Callum Parkinson is racing along now, up to 4 from the 54 balls he's faced. 9 overs all to himself for those 4 runs. Ackerman back on strike for the final ball of this 15th over of the innings for Toby Roland Jones. Gives that a little bit of air, and it was played quite late, and you could hear the bowler realising that if the bat hadn't come down in time, there would have been a spectacular leap and turn to the umpire with a big LBW appeal. As it was, Ackerman did get the bat down in time. He remains on 67, Parkinson is on 4, and at the end of that over, 2 runs from it, 110 for 7, still 164 runs behind and 165 from victory.
These two keeping Middlesex honest, but honest is what they are and what they've been all season, and it's why they're one of the strong favourites to go ahead and secure promotion. And well, Luke Holman, the partnership breaker and the man with the ability to, as Ed said, make something happen. He's going to have a go from the Bennett end. He's going to be bowling to Callum Parkinson. I think it makes sense. Parkinson's quite a short man, Holman quite tall. He has got a bit of bounce with that leg spin, and he did push one in the air past short leg off Holman shortly before lunch, Parkinson. So makes a lot of sense, this, to me, and still with 165 runs in hand, now is the right time for Lukey, as his teammates have just called him, to see if he can make the difference again. He's got a deep-ish mid-on and mid-off, as well as the short leg. Goes in and bowls to Parkinson, who's just turning that one down the leg side. It was drifting down the leg side. All he had to do was get a little bit of bat on it and help it around the corner down towards long leg.
2 wickets have fallen in the battle for second place and promotion in Division 2. Glamorgan, who've waited a long time patiently against Derbyshire. Derbyshire now 234 for 8 and still 63 runs behind.
Holman is in. Forward goes Parkinson, right on top of that one, pushing it out to Robson at short leg.
Now Middlesex would like 2 quick wickets now.
It's often the case, if one goes, another one will go quickly. Holman in. Parkinson is looking to be more assertive, but plays it firmly back up the pitch to Luke Holman. That's what they want, I think, Middlesex. They want Parkinson to kind of start going for his shots. It does tend to be when he is more likely to make a mistake. Holman is in. Parkinson goes back and works it in the air past short leg deliberately, and it was well to Robson's left. He stuck out his left hand, didn't get really close to the ball, but as I say, it was in the air as it ran out towards deep mid-wicket for a few feet. He picks up the single though, moves on to 7, 113 for 7. Holman looks around him. He's going to be bowling to Ackerman now. Will there be a change in the field? He has a deep mid-wicket for the sort of sweep which Ackerman likes to play. He does reach for it sometimes as well, a little bit. Holman is in to him. Ackerman isn't going to try and sweep that one. Straightish delivery. All he's going to do is go forward, play it back up the pitch. Holman himself hops across and fields. 1 for 18. Luke Holman as he comes to the end of what would be his 5th over of the innings. A little skip, then walks in almost and bowls. Ackerman is walking down the wicket. Whether Holman saw him coming, I don't know. Dragged his length back, but it turned into a length ball. Ackerman tried to cover up. It did turn a fraction and something of a leading edge as it popped out into the off side. Gets away with it. Colin Ackerman, he remains on 67. Parkinson has 7. 162 to win off theoretically 56 overs. If it gets down to sort of 60 off 12 or 15, then it could get a bit hairy.
Couldn't it just? Well, it is Tim Murtagh who brings himself on. From the end, he bowled really well at the beginning of the first Leicestershire innings, but has largely bowled from the Bennett end since. And it's interesting to see how he will get on bowling from the pavilion end up the hill here at Grace Road. And immediately a big stride forward from Parkinson and a defensive shot to cover, and there is no run.
Keith has made another really good point. There's a lot of criticism about teams sort of not finishing sides off or not having the killer instinct, but as Keith makes the point, and the coaches will frequently tell you, the ball makes a heck of a difference. It's a totally different thing bowling after 40 overs than with a new ball. It really is.
Well, Murtagh in once again, giving that a little bit of air, and that's punched comfortably by Parkinson out into the covers. Interestingly, they're going to trial the Kookaburra ball if these proposals go through. That was a line I spotted in the ECB document yesterday, which would, I'm sure shares in Duke have dropped substantially since then, but they are going to trial the Kookaburra ball as in comes Murtagh again, running in energetically, not getting a huge amount of movement. He's accurate on or around middle and off, but at the moment Parkinson playing him very comfortably indeed, this time out onto the leg side defensively. But it's just, where is the X-Factor delivery coming from? The man who looks most likely to so far has been Ethan Bamber. He seems to be able to make the older ball do a little bit more, but the chance when it came wasn't taken. And Tim Murtagh again giving the ball, certainly pitching it up and looking for a bit of reverse or normal swing, and big stride forward from Parkinson, make sure that isn't allowed to happen. And another defensive shot. Luke Holman in that 5th slip gully position, scratching his head, as indeed quite a lot of the Middlesex team are at the moment, working out a way to try and break up this partnership. Oh, and that was a brave leave by Parkinson, and Murtagh has his hands on his head because the ball actually nipped back on that occasion, but more after it had passed the stumps than before, but it still wasn't very far away at all. Really well bowled, and well judged by Parkinson to ensure that his wicket remains intact without having to even play one of his trademark forward defensives. Murta is in again. This time it is played outside off stump into the covers. There's a decent maiden over from Tim Murta. That ball that was left and then swung a little will certainly give him some confidence for the next over he bowls, but after 11 overs he has figures of 5 maidens, 1 for 17 in that total of 113 for 7. Parkinson 7 from 64 deliveries. Ackerman 67 odd out from 126 in that total of 113 now for 7.
Holman will continue. I mean, just on the ball, remember 55 overs remain to be bowled today, and in the unlikely prospect we sort of go past tea as Holman goes in and bowls to Ackerman, who's turning it out towards deepish mid-on, but realises there isn't a single to be taken, and Roland Jones kicks the ball back towards Holman. 48 overs have been bowled with this ball, so 32 overs left with it. Should Middlesex need a new ball, and in its unlikely prospect I reiterate, but there will be one available. They will have 20 odd overs with it. In goes Holman, tosses it right up, and it's driven out towards deep extra cover. It's a long chase out there on the boundary for the sweep. It does get there, and Ackerman is going to take one for the throw as well, so turning 2 into 3. He moves on to 70, 116 for 7. But it is a nonsense to say that teams don't know how to finish other teams off in these circumstances. And as Keith points out, that numerous examples throughout the season with these Duke balls of numbers 6 to 11 scoring more runs than numbers 1 to 5. It is an awful lot to do with the ball and the way in which it goes quite soft and unresponsive. In goes Holman and bowls. Parkinson is forward on off stump, out into the offside it goes, and there's no run. It's a truly glorious afternoon here now. Sweaters shed everywhere, t-shirt weather. There's Holman in, bowls, tosses it up again. Parkinson is driving, or a drive steer if there is such a shot, just slightly wide of Roland Jones at mid-off, moves to his left field and throws a good throw to Simpson, who I suspect partly out of frustration, having taken it, to whip off the bails, but Ackerman had made his ground comfortably enough and there's no appeal. Parkinson on to 8. The partnership now worth 47 for the 8th wicket. Holman spinning the ball from hand to hand. Grasps it in, bowls. That one turns a fraction, but quite slowly. And Ackerman, who'd gone back, turned it just slightly wide of Murta at mid-on and called Parkinson through for 1. 118 for 7. Short leg goes down as Holman is in to Parkinson, who goes back, tries to work it past short leg. Don't think he got anything on it, came off the pad, bounced well short of short leg. Anyway, for all Holman's shouts of catch it, instinctive reaction of the bowler in those circumstances. End of his 6th over, 1 for 23. His figures. Parkinson remains on 8, 157 needed of 54, which is roughly 3 runs and over. 3 wickets in hand. I'm sure we all expected to be here at this time.
No. In all the years I've been covering cricket, the thing I have learnt is never ever check out of your hotel early. It always goes longer than you think it's going to go. And Tim Murta is in once again, just ever so slightly short of a length, but Ackerman punches it into the covers defensively.
I have to admit, I rarely book for the 4 days. It tends to be the 3 days. That too is born out of a certain amount of experience.
For sure. But then you would have been, if you weren't at home, you would have...
Indeed, yeah. There have been a few 3-day finishes, I'm afraid, this season for the Foxes.
No, Middlesex have done the same, but not on this occasion. This has been a good battle throughout as Good carry from Murtagh through to the wicket-keeper, but it was wide enough outside off stump before it took off to be comfortably left by Ackerman. And you just look around and see who else Middlesex could turn to. They could try a little bit of off-spin from Sam Robson. But there isn't a lot else, and at the moment Ryan Higgins hasn't looked very likely to make a breakthrough. He hasn't bowled many overs though. Murtagh is in again, and that is just tucked off middle stump out to wide of mid-on, where Toby Roland Jones has to go over and field the ball, but not before they can trot through for a very easy single. And Tim Murtagh, as skipper, must be wondering where this wicket is going to come from. Has been pretty comfortable for the batters since lunch. He comes in again. He's tried Ethan Bamber, Toby Roland Jones himself, and the leg spin of Luke Holman. No one's managed to make the breakthrough as yet. The signal goes up for 2 balls left of this over as Murtagh wipes his brow with both arms of his short-sleeved shirt. Leaves a little bit of sweat to try and polish the ball, and then runs in away from us. Ball held low and now given a bit of extra air, and he flicks it backwards just in case for any reason whatsoever Ackerman had been backing up. But he doesn't hit the stumps. Ackerman wasn't backing up, and Toby Roland Jones eventually picks up the ball. A little bit of trouser adjustment for Murtagh, and just pulls the arm of his t-shirt a little bit higher. Waits for the ball to be thrown to him. And he just makes something happen. Parkinson waits for him. And again just closes the ball out into the covers. There's no run. That is the end of the 12th over for Tim Murtagh. 1 for 18. He's been very difficult to get away, but just that 1 wicket in his first or second over last night, the LBW decision that went his way. And Parkinson remains 8 not out from 70 deliveries now, and Ackerman 72 not out. 119 for 7. We've been going for about 50 minutes since lunch, and still no breakthrough for Middlesex.
Holman into Ackerman, who is forward, defending up the pitch on the onside. Holman himself feels. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly. One of the nicest days of the year now at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and we've had some lovely days this year. Very little cricket lost. In goes Holman, back up the pitch it goes to him on the front foot defensively from Colin Ackerman. Just 2 days on which any overs have been lost to the weather. The first day of the season, and 1 day of the game against Durham last week. In goes Holman, and Ackerman is driving through the vacant mid-off area out towards long off, taking one, and that is the 50 partnership for the 8th wicket. Parkinson has 8 of them. Ackerman, then we can assume fairly, has got 42 of them, because there have only been 2 extras, and there have been 2 extras from a very early stage in proceedings. Neither of them, no wides, no balls from the Middlesex seamers in the 50.3 overs to date. Holman into Parkinson, who is forward. Not a big stride, he was waiting for it. As it floated down towards him, pushed out to cover, and there's no run. Holman bowls. Parkinson a little bit deceived in the flight there. Wasn't quite a bigger stride as usual, but plenty of bat on it as he leant forward and pushed it back up the pitch to Holman. Mid-wicket goes out to deep mid-wicket. which means that there's only one ball left in the over, and they'd prefer to bowl at Parkinson, who just defends that one on the front foot, almost down on one knee. It rolls back up to Holman, who watches as it rolls gently towards him and gets to his very feet before trickling to a halt. End of the over, 120 for 7. Still no update. Should be any second. Hopefully, perhaps they assumed we wouldn't still be here at this time.
Well, I shall shut up should the moment come, but just to keep you up to date, Derbyshire now 240 for 8. So they're still trailing Glamorgan by 57 runs with those 2 wickets remaining.
And here comes the update. Talking about rugby first, how dare they? In goes Murtagh, bowls a bouncer, ducks underneath it. Colin Ackerman. Dynamic and enigmatic fly half.
It's a good combination.
Murtagh turns, a little bit of Leicestershire news. Quoting club's chief executive officer, Sean Jarvis. Murtagh is in, bowls, back foot defensive shot from Ackerman. Back down the pitch it goes to Tim Murtagh. And we weren't entirely expecting still to be here at this stage in proceedings, as Leicestershire having begun the day on 13 for 4. But the 3 wickets they lost during the morning session are the only wickets they've lost so far, so the best part of an hour played since lunch. And Callum Parkinson, who is 8 not out, and Colin Ackerman, who is a splendid 73 not out, have still yet to be parted. Their partnership for the 8th wicket is worth 50. They've taken the score on to 120 for 7, 51.4 overs still to be bowled today, so plenty of overs left for Middlesex to take these remaining 3 Leicestershire wickets. Nominal target for the Foxes is 275, which means they need another 155 runs. It's an unlikely prospect, but while Ackerman is there, you never quite know. Leicestershire 120 for 7.
And it will be Tim Murtagh to continue from this pavilion end with his gunslinger run up. And that is played back to him, but he misses his attempted track with the outside of his right boot, and instead jumping in from cover to do the fielding is Max Holden. The ball gets a good polish from Toby Roland Jones, and a frustrated Tim Murtagh coming off his 5-yard run, where he tries to just swing it a little more, cuts down on pace, but just tries to get the ball to hoop a little, and it did hoop a little on that delivery.
Goes into Darren Stevens mode, doesn't he? Just wanders up.
Just for the one, he's now back to the full run up for this delivery. It was probably worth a go. And it did swing. In again though, giving it the full Monty for this one. And a little bit of swing, and it's well fielded with his left hand in the mid-wicket area by Ryan Higgins. And that is another maiden over as far as Tim Murtagh is concerned. In his 13, he's bowled 6 of them and has the figures of 1 for 18. The score remains 120 for 7. Ackerman remains on 73 and Parkinson on 8.
Two batsmen have a chat. Just wonder whether 28 overs left with this ball, that they'll look to try and be a little bit more assertive on the basis that it will be so much more difficult against the new ball, and if they're going to get a fair chunk of these runs, 155 needed to win, they may have to get them against the old ball, so to speak. It will be easier to do so, but assertiveness brings with it a certain amount of risk when you're batting. Holman is in. Parkinson, well, I thought for a minute he was going to try and reverse sweep that one. He seemed to get in position to do so, ended up just a conventional forward defensive, but the way he picked up his bat there looked for a minute as though he was going to try a little switch it, and indeed backward point is retreating a few steps I think that he was anticipating much the same. Holman is in. Parkinson is conventional, as I say, forward defensive, and shows no signs of playing anything else there.
Does Parkinson get bored, or can he keep doing this all day?
Oh, he's a Lancastrian, he can keep doing this all day, but but he does sometimes start to be a little bit more assertive, but he does usually play the situation. In goes Holman, just slightly oversteps himself there, Parkinson, as it floats down towards leg stump, and he comes down on it, squeezes it towards short leg. Be very conscious of his responsibilities, both to his team but obviously as captain as well. In goes Holman, bowls down the leg side, is helped around the corner in the air by Callum Parkinson. Didn't try and overhit it just in case, although it was in the air for a good 20 yards or so. Bounced a long way short of the 12th man who is out there. And Parkinson takes 1, moves on to 9.
As maybe that's Luke Holman's trick. He's got one ball, one wicket with an absolutely appalling delivery, so maybe a few loose ones would help.
Holman is in, driven in the air, but over extra cover by Colin Ackerman for 4 out to the electronic scoreboard. So he took it on there, Ackerman, and he sort of knew what he was doing at leaping into the air at extra cover. Well, just for a second you wondered whether Max Holden was going to be in the game there, but although Holden put 2 hands above his head, it was a good 3 or 4 feet probably above those reaching hands. So Ackerman moves on to 77, 125 for 7, 150 now needed to win. Holman is in. Ackerman driving again with that rather inside-out style he has. Along the ground all the way, this time out towards the sweeper on the extra cover boundary. So it is, on this occasion, just a single, but it does mean that Ackerman keeps the strike. Moves on to 78, 126 for 7. The partnership 56 to win 149.
Yeah, just a fraction under 3 and over, 50 overs remaining, 149 needed. I think Tim Murtaugh's just wondering if there's a problem with the ball. Funnily enough, ball not doing anything.
Need a gauge?
I think, and
which is in umpire O'Shaughnessy's pocket, is it? Oh no, it's umpire Cook's.
No, Nick Cook has the thing.
Gone straight through it.
Yeah. It was worth a bash. Nothing's happening with this ball.
Indeed.
Let's try and see. Trouble is apart from that one glorious straight 6 from Ackerman, they haven't been trying to hit the cover off the ball in this match, so nothing much to knock it out of shape except the permanent forward defensive of Luke Parkinson. But Murtaugh keeping himself on, pitches that up, a little bit of wobble, but he's now seeing it so well, Ackerman. He could play it very comfortably up to mid-on, and there was no run.
It is just Ian Furneaux just saying maybe the Kookaburra is the one good thing to come out of the review.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, fair point. Possibly.
I thought they went a bit soggy too, but I could be wrong. They have a bigger seam, I seem to remember. Anyway, in comes Murtaugh again. And again, it's played defensively up to mid-on. Toby Roland Jones, just to keep himself awake possibly, runs in and flings the ball to the wicket-keeper and then runs back to his position at mid-on. First slip. Also goes for a little walk. It's the substitute White. So maybe Stephen Eskenazi's set and had to go off because he'd been at first slip for so long. But it is... Oh, that's a good delivery on this occasion from Tim Murtaugh. You could hear his cry of frustration because it was played very late indeed by Ackerman. But it was played by Ackerman. It was played out into the leg side. And they take a single, but he did leave that late. And for a moment, Murtaugh's hopes were raised. Now, what can he do in this situation? He just find one little bit of magic. In again, gives its full, and it's not entirely convincingly played out through the vacant square leg region, but it's well played enough for them to drop back for a couple. And Parkinson, on the 78th ball he has faced, has finally reached double figures in this partnership, now worth 59 for the 8th wicket. Toby Roland Jones flings the ball to Murtagh. Murtagh has a look at the advertising sign that is pinned to the outfield and then turns and runs away from us. And there was a belated shout for LBW, more because it's the first time anything's happened for the bowler for a little while. But there seemed to be two sounds, and I don't think it was going to hit the stumps either. But apart from that, it was a good ball, and it certainly has woken Parkinson up, who does a little jog on the spot and practices a few more forward defensives just to sort of get himself back in the zone after being shaken up a little by that delivery from Murtagh. As Murtagh comes in now to finish his 14th over with a firm face of the bat from Callum Parkinson, taking a big stride forward, playing it onto the offside where it is fielded, and the over finishes. Parkinson remains on 11, Ackerman 79, 129 now for 7, 146 to win from 49 overs, or 49 overs to take 3 wickets.
Sam Robson is doing a few exercises. That doesn't necessarily mean, we know from experience, that Robson is anticipating having a bowl anytime soon, but it might just, because beginning to cast around for ideas. Perhaps here Tim Murtagh. In the meantime, Luke Holman is going to continue, 8 overs, 1 for 30 from the Bennett end. He is in, back goes Ackerman, plays it carefully back up the pitch on the offside. A loud car goes up down the Milligan Road. Call it the Milligan Road, it is just Milligan Road. There is one of those little businesses, works on engines. In goes Holman, defended on the front foot by Ackerman, so occasionally you get a sort of throaty burst. Sounds to be about as much about noise as power for some people. As Holman is in, Ackerman is driving into the gap between backward point and extra cover, out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Takes his single, moves on to 80 now. 149 balls he's faced. It's been an outstanding effort from Ackerman. You can't help feeling he probably deserves 3 figures now. There's a lot of work to do to get to that point. Robson dons the helmet, goes in at short leg because Parkinson will be on strike to Holman, who is in and bowling. Parkinson is forward, just poking it out into the offside. There's no run. Holman looks around him, ready to go. Just a little hop, then he walks into his run and bowls. A little bit of a long hop that is whipped away to the square leg boundary from Parkinson for 4. Long hop, and obviously when you've been out there for 80 odd deliveries, you're going to be seeing the ball tolerably well. And Parkinson just stepped back and whipped it away down to the deep backward square boundary for 4. I don't know whether that's his first 4. Did he squeeze one down to third man earlier? He moves on to 15 anyway, 134 for 7.
It is his first boundary.
His first boundary, and, well, Leicestershire approaching halfway towards their target.
Well, they've nearly doubled the score, these two.
64 they've added so far for the 8th wicket. Holman is in and bowling. Parkinson is solidly forward. He's got his 4 in the over. He's content with that. The ball trickles up and bounces off the bottom of the stumps. Knocks the bails off. Watched by Holman, who politely picks up the bail and puts it back on. Saves umpire O'Shawn as he bending down. 55 overs, so 25 left with this ball. 48 in the game. Potentially then 23 overs with the new ball if, and keep saying that it's a big if, Middlesex do need it. It will be there.
Well, at the moment you just can't see where a wicket's coming from. These two look completely untroubled. They've only offered one chance between them, and that was before lunch when Ackerman was dropped. Difficult chance to wicketkeeper Simpson's right when he was on 51 off the bowling of Ethan Bamber, but otherwise he's been fine. Parkinson has looked absolutely chanceless, possibly beaten once or twice by Toby Roland Jones, but that's it. And the longer it goes on, the safer the two of them look, and that is Tim Murtagh, who continues to bowl pretty well on or around middle and off and just forcing the batsman to play, but at the moment Ackerman and Parkinson, seeing it as big as a football, happy to play the defensive shots, and if anyone does stray, as Luke Holman did in that last over, they will take on the loose delivery. I'm quite surprised. The wicket hasn't changed much in all 4 days. And that is a loose bouncer down the leg side that causes absolutely no trouble to anyone except John Simpson, who has to rush around to his left and stop any potential buys. The only time we saw the run rate go up was when Stoneman and Max Holden were going yesterday afternoon, but apart from that it's been at around the 3 and over, and the bowlers have had to chisel out their wickets once the new ball has been seen off. A little bit more accuracy with that particular delivery, just outside off stump, and Ackerman plays the defensive shot out to mid-on, just past the stumps. This is tough for the bowling team because they know they only need 3 wickets. They're down to the number 9, and everyone's trying their heart out. Absolutely nothing is happening. Tim Murtagh in again, and that is stroked out into the point area where Luke Holman at gully 5th slip position goes and fields. It was mistimed by Ackerman, who looks a bit at the bat accusingly. The fielder being called in from deep square leg into position where he cut off the single, as is the deep cover fielder as well, as Murtagh steams in. A little bit of swing, but easily coped with by Ackerman, who has a little bit of a march towards square leg. Lets the sweat drip from beneath his helmet and gets ready to face again. It is getting warm. I've just put on some sunscreen and darker glasses because the sun is really quite strong now. Murtagh gives that a little more air, and Ackerman, a little unluckily, hits the stumps with his straight drive. That might have bisected the two mid-on and the mid-off, but it doesn't pass the stumps. It's another maiden over from Tim Murtagh. 15 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 21 for Mr. Murtagh. So he's been accuracy personified, but he hasn't really bowled too many what you'd consider wicket-taking deliveries.
No, not in this spell. Picked up a wicket with his second delivery of the innings. That was last night. Sam Robson is going to try and beat the Middlesex wild card, the partnership breaker. It's being brought on at the Bennett end to replace Luke Holman, who goes off with figures of 9 overs, 1 for 35, but the wicket he took was in his very first over, picking up Tom Scriven, caught by Robson at short leg for 23, beginning to seem like quite a while ago. Robson will be purveying off spin, has a short leg in, he's ready. Parkinson is ready to receive, but Robson is still busy bowling looseners to Toby Roland Jones at mid-off. Must have bowled about 4 or 5 of them now. Are we ready? Yes, we are. Looks at, well, no, he's not. He looks around him, puts his left hand on his hip. Not happy with this field. He says, deep mid-wicket, could you go a little square? Only a foot or two. There's barely any move, you know. Happy now, apparently. Walks in and bowls, tosses that right up. But Parkinson just waits and waits for it. He's patient, dabs it out into the covers. And there's no run. Took an age to come down there, didn't it? It was almost a moon ball, it felt like. Robson is in and bowls outside off. So that was a leg spinner, wasn't it? It seemed to turn away.
It did seem to turn away.
So maybe he's I know he does mix it up a bit from time to time, but I didn't realise he kind of did it in the same over. I assumed he'd be bowling off spin, but he looks to be mixing it up. In he goes and bowls, tosses it right up. Parkinson squeezes the ball out, but only into the covers, and again there is no run. Afternoon here, and if you're in front of the pavilion, as Guy has done, hopefully you've got your sunscreen on as well. Most of the Middlesex, quite a few of the Middlesex players have shed their sweaters now as in goes Robson. Bowls, slightly quicker delivery, but it's slightly short as well, and Parkinson can go back and steer it out towards the cover boundary and jogs a single. Robbie White's out there at slip. I'm just wondering who's gone off. Possibly Murtagh. Roland, do you know Murtagh's out there at deepish mid-on. Roland Jones is out there. You tend to look for the seamers, don't you? But all 3 of them are still out there. Can't see Higgins, I don't think, at the moment. Ooh. Again, Robson is busy pointing his field to move millimetrically on the boundary, one side or the other. It's almost a nervous tick as much as anything. In he goes and bowls to Ackerman, who goes for the sweep. He's gone! He is given and he has done it. Sam Robson has done it. Tossed one up. It was the leg spinner. Ackerman went for the sweep. It was straight enough. He missed it and Steve O'Shaughnessy has sent him on his way. And that, you feel, is the crucial moment of the afternoon. Ackerman made a really fine 8. He looked set fair, but they needed him to go on and probably get 150 Leicestershire if they were going to get close. He hasn't been able to do so. Robson has made the difference.
Yeah, I can see why it was given as well, having watched it 2 or 3 times. It pitched in line with leg stump and was, just as you rightly said, Richard, he was bowling the leg spinner and it was just turning a fraction, so it would have turned into the stump. So a little bit unlucky, Ackerman. On another day possibly they'd have thought, if he hadn't been bowling the leg, if he hadn't seen the leg spin before then, an off spinner would have turned past the stumps. But well bowled, exactly what Middlesex wanted, putting in the X factor of Sam Robson, and he has made the breakthrough. And brilliantly though Ackerman batted. He'll be 1 cross he's got out at the time he's got out, and probably a little bit in the way as well.
Well, Chris Wright is coming out ahead of Michael Finan, so Leicestershire are still going to be patient. He wondered whether it might have been worth sending out Finan to see if he could whack a quick 50, as he did against Nottinghamshire, and put the cat among the pigeons, so to speak, in the Middlesex camp. But no, it's going to be Wright.
I think he still can do that, and if Parkinson's still there who never gets out, then having someone at the other end who can give it a biff isn't a bad idea. We know Wright can bat for a long time.
He can.
Well, he was not out 11 and had batted pretty well in the first innings.
But he hasn't really sort of shown any assertive qualities, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Likely to take the game away from the opposition. I mean, now obviously that's not his job, but Finan has that capability, curiously. Mid-wicket's going back Holman, so they're looking to say, right, look, if you want one, if you try and take one, and we'll bowl at you instead. So mid-wicket and square leg have both gone back, not in anticipation of a big hit, but just to give the single, although short leg is still in. Robson, having done the job, goes in and bowls to right, and it's hit him on the pad. He's an appeal for both leg before and a catch at short leg. A, it hit him outside the line, and B, he didn't hit it. So neither answered in the affirmative. He's got his answer, though, for the over, the answer that he wanted. Ackerman, leg before wicket after a partnership of 65 for the 8th wicket. Middlesex almost there, 135 for 8 now, Leicestershire.
Yeah, they've been really made to work for it though, aren't they, Middlesex, and finally had to turn to the difference, Sam Robson, as they had looked increasingly confident against the main attack of Middlesex in this match, the Leicestershire pair. But Robson doing exactly what his captain would have wanted, and makes the breakthrough, gets rid of the danger man Ackerman. Though Parkinson has been there for 87 deliveries now. So we've been playing an hour and 20 minutes since lunch, so they're continuing to fight, these two. And Murtagh is to continue what has been a lengthy spell. And funnily enough, Parkinson plays a forward defensive into the covers. There is no run.
That weight was so loud and authoritative that I actually stood still there. I didn't, I was about to just sort of do a little bit of stretch to the back there, standing up in the commentary box. But, oh no, I better not move.
What was interesting was that Wright showed absolutely no sign of wanting a run anyway. So
no.
To be told vociferously not to do something you weren't going to do. Anyway, it's Tim Murtagh who's going to try and... Oh, and that's a brilliant delivery. And that has seen the finger finally go up. He pitched it up. There was a little late swing and 2 LBW decisions in 2 overs. And suddenly Middlesex's long wait for a wicket has been answered with 2. And they've got rid of the 2 guys who had frustrated them for so long. This time it's Parkinson, who has played the ball beautifully late throughout the innings, but on this time undone, couldn't get the bat down in time. It was full, it was in front, and Nick Cook, who has to be certain about giving an LBW decision, gave that one. 135 for 9.
Yeah, update coming as well. As ever, wickets falling before the updates. That's exactly the way Callum Parkinson got out in the first innings to Ethan Bamber. Now I'll have to go through his dismissals this season. He does get out a little bit too often, LBW, in that way. Here comes the update. They just lost 2, I'm afraid. First, Colin Ackerman, having made a really fine 80, was given out leg before wicket, sweeping at a delivery from Sam Robson, the occasional leg stroke off spinner. Very rarely bowls for Middlesex, but he made the difference. Ackerman missed his sweep, was given out leg before for 18 on the same score. Callum Parkinson, who together with Ackerman had put together a partnership of 65 for the 8th wicket, well, he too went leg before wicket, in his case to the pace bowler Tim Murtagh. Ball swinging back in, and umpire said it was going to go on to hit the stumps. Parkinson gone for 16, 135 for 9. Then it's been a really good fight from Leicestershire. Defiance shown at least, but they're still 140 short now with just the single wicket remaining. Oh, and Michael Finan, having walked in, is walking back towards the pavilion. What's going on?
I missed what he was signalling.
As he's he's forgot his
forgotten
box.
his box.
Hey!
To the crowd's delight.
And to Tim Murtaugh's delight, and Roland Jones's delight as well. They're all much amusement out there.
You don't see Toby Roland Jones smile much at the opposition, but that one did crack a grin. So the not embarrassing at all.
And Rishi Patel
holding it rather gingerly as well, wasn't he? By the very edge of the box, which he hands over, and turning coyly away from the crowd, Michael Finan finally gets himself protected.
Well, this is just his 6th first-class wicket innings, I should say. So perhaps it's understandable, although you get some quite quick bowlers in the level of club cricket he's been playing, and at Cheshire as well, of course. So if he's any example, if he's an example of some of the pace that's bowled in that level of cricket, so hopefully he always remembered on those occasions, but he forgot this time.
Yeah, when do you think he remembered? Where did he get to and think, ooh,
it got to the crease, that is for sure.
But did anyone remind him? Did someone say, Michael, have you got your box in?
A bit of a draft. I don't know. Suddenly the thought of Tim Murtaugh spearing one in.
Exactly. Anyway.
Yes, I wonder when it went through his mind.
Michael Finan is ready for anything now, as Tim Murtaugh comes steaming in, and he allows that to go outside the off stump.
That jagged back and gone straight into the midriff.
Yes, amidships.
There would have been huge amusement and zero sympathy out there.
Well, luckily for him, that ball was shaping away rather than into him. If it did happen now, he'd be all right. 135 for 9. Fine, and number 11, but he can bat. And there's a shout from behind the stumps, but nothing from Tim Murtaugh, because he knew that was pitching outside leg stump, and was never, and probably going to continue and miss leg stump. So no appeal at all from the bowler. And it's just now keeping the concentration together as far as Middlesex are concerned. Just need the one more wicket. As Tim Murtaugh comes in again, and that's left outside the off stump by Finan. Will also, they may not know this yet, but Glamorgan have won by an innings and 24 runs, with Derbyshire out for 273. So if and when Middlesex win this match, they still won't be guaranteed promotion to the First Division because of Glamorgan's victory.
So it comes to, is it a 4-horse race? If Worcester win, could they yet get promoted?
No.
So it's 2 of 3.
Yeah, we just did the sums, and if Middlesex won, then Worcestershire were out of it because they couldn't catch Middlesex if Middlesex got a point or 2 in there, unless they get no points at all in their final match. Then there's a possible outside chance, but I think Worcestershire are out of it now. It is just between Glamorgan and Middlesex. There's also been another result, and Notts, of course, who are leading. Yeah. So between the
it's 2 of those 3.
That's right, because if they lose their final match and Middlesex win, Middlesex could get above them. I'm not sure if Glamorgan could get above Notts.
Oh, okay,
I don't think they can.
So Notts are assured. So it's either Glamorgan or Middlesex.
I will double check that. But Durham have beaten Sussex as well by an innings and 140 runs.
Robson is in, and the leg spinner bounces and leaves right. As good a leg spinner as we've seen most of the game, quite honestly, and beats everything. Do you want to see your side home?
Why ever not? Thank you.
If it happens, it could be a long job.
That's really kind. And that is swept just wide of the man at short leg. But in fact, quite nicely played in the end from Wright, and they go back for an easy 2.
I should say that on the very first day of the season, when Leicestershire saved the game against Worcestershire, the last pair batted for 26 overs, and Dave Bradley of BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester found we were waiting for the wicket to fall, and I was sitting back with my feet up while Brad worked solidly for 2 hours. Yes. Well, so you never know, but crack on.
Thanks, Richard. Remember, this is your final home game this season. We'll need to talk sometimes. But it is Sam Robson who is twirling away to some effect and gets a thickish outside edge from the bat of Ed Wright. But the ball just... from Chris Wright, and the ball just goes wide of slip. And they run through for another 2. So Wright has moved on to 4. Just on the maths at the top of the table, Glamorgan are now 18 points behind Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, so Foxy Phil makes the point they're not 100% up.
They're not. They should be, but they're not. And that is played out into the covers very correctly. There is no run. Yes, if they have another complete disaster in the final game, as they did in the match that has just finished, they could miss out altogether if the results go against them. In again, and that is a thick edge outside. And Robson's looked unplayable at times in this 2-over spell. Middlesex didn't look as if they were going to take a wicket. Suddenly the ball was thrown to Sam Robson. He made the breakthrough, and he's still causing all manner of problems for Chris Wright, who on this occasion just dobs it down onto the leg side and pinches the strike. Good over though from Sam Robson. 5 runs from it, but pretty edgy stuff, and the score moves on to 140 for 9. Wright is 5 not out. Fine and yet to get off the mark. And Tim Murtagh is to continue. Lost track of how long this particular session is. Spell is. It must be.
Oh, the spell.
Spell must be 6 overs so far, but he is going to continue ploughing away from the pavilion end. Another half hour. Oh, yes, no, it's the 32 overs left, isn't it? So up comes Tim Murtagh. And it's a very nice piece of footwork as he flicks it up with his right foot and then flicks it away on the volley to the cover fielder.
It isn't on the final day, it's set in stone, T. So, I mean, actually, as it happens, the over 8 is levelled and it will be about 32 overs, but it is actually going to be
at 10 past. So, half an hour then.
But they won't take it then if we're still here, because there's only one wicket left to fall.
Yes, they'll have another half hour. Well, they'll just keep going, I guess. And that is driven handsomely. There was a little bit of width there from Tim Murtagh. And Chris Wright said, "Thank you very much, I'll have a little bit of that." And drove it on the up, over, mid-off for 4 very pleasing runs that have been greeted warmly by the... Well, they will be warm, the crowd, in this bright, very warm sunshine. It is
beating down, isn't it?
It really is gorgeous afternoon now. And they've got their money's worth, the people who came along today. More cricket than I think they probably thought they'd see, as Murtagh is in again, and that is just played defensively backward of square, and Luke Holman in that gully position does the fielding. He in turn throws the ball to mid-wicket. He does a little bit of work on the ball. Toby Roland Jones is just warming up gently, because with the last pair in and on 4 wickets for the innings, he might enjoy a final dart, particularly if Murtagh is about to finish this particular spell. I think that was just a nudge to the skipper, and that is flicked away on the leg side. Nicely played by Chris Wright. He moves into double figures and the score to 145 for 9.
Either that single engine plane has a very noisy engine, or our effects mic has been magnificently rejuvenated by the insertion of that new battery.
It's picking up everything, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I must do that more in future.
It's probably picking
Maybe
it up
at the start of each game.
Exactly. That could be from the East Midlands Airport it's picking it up. It's that far. As Tim Murtagh now into Michael Finan. And Finan just thrashes the ball through the covers for 1, because there is a sweeper out there, and I don't think Michael Finan's going to possibly play a Callum Parkinson defensive innings. Looks as if it's up, he will hit, and fair play to him. They'll only need another 129. Plenty of time. As the sun goes behind one of the, as Richard memorably described them, the Simpsons clouds, and that is just smashed back over Tim Murtagh's head, all the way for 6.
Gentleman dropped
and
it.
is just put down by a gentleman in a blue check shirt and some most fetching purple trousers, but he couldn't hold on to that one. In fairness, he didn't have time to really set himself. But the 150 comes up.
He got 2 hands to it though, and he may be sitting on the bench now with his legs crossed nonchalantly, but you put him down.
Yeah,
you put him
exactly.
down. So do not affect that
the camera.
casual attitude.
I thought the camera was on him for a second. But yes, what a finish to that over, and that's rearranged for Tim Murtagh's figures. 17 overs, 2 for 33. Wright has moved on to 16 not out from 12. It will be Michael Finan who will face Robson, who has been the surprise package for Middlesex this afternoon and deserves his continued appearance.
Roland Jones, I suspect, will
come
on if he's required.
If required from the other end. Yes, because Murtagh, having had the ignominy of the number 10 smashing him back over his head for 6. And it is Sam Robson. That's dug out most cautiously by Michael Finan. Back to the bowler. He does a spot of light polishing.
It's hard to imagine him doing that 6 times in a row though, isn't it? Let us see.
Yeah, particularly if it's there.
Mm-hmm.
And mid-on and mid-offer, a little further back than they have been hitherto. And there was an enormous wahoo from Michael Finan, but he missed it. Luckily for him, it got some of his boot, or missed the stumps anyway, which is all he cares about. But yes, he had the one defensive shot as right, I'm in now. Oh, and he's again beaten outside the...
He's getting it to turn a long way.
He's getting a lot of turns. He's getting more than Luke Holman did.
He is.
Giving it really quite the rip. The leg spin he's bowling at the moment. Bowls again, and this time Finan decides discretion is the better part of valour, and just goes back and plays it out into the onside. And they decide against taking any particular run, as it's Max Holden who is holding the ball.
White's still out there at first slip, so somebody's off at the moment.
Yes. I think you're right when you said that we haven't seen Ryan Higgins, and oh dear me, how did that miss? But anyway, it has missed, and it is running away to the boundary below us, and it is White, Honours 12th man, who goes and recovers the ball. It's 2 byes, and yes.
That was the off spinner because it turned the other way.
Sam Robson is proving a challenge for the later batsman when you're not sure if he's going to bowl a leggy or an offie. But well bowled again. He's in again this time. Oh, and Finan, this was another off spinner, and Finan tried to flick it away. He went back. It hit him high up on the pads. There was a polite inquiry from Sam Robson that was not given space or any room at all by the umpire for the LBW decision, and it is indeed Toby Roland Jones who now has a chance to complete his 5 for.
Finan has won off 11. I'm not quite sure how. No, it's not for a lack of effort, is it?
No. No.
If he was measured in power, he'd be on about 30 by now, but it's only connected with it.
We were saying, Chris Wright, he can defend and Finan can attack. Finan has 1 from 11. Chris Wright, with that 6, has 16 of 12. And he's smashing the ball to all parts currently.
They'd quite like him to take 1, if he's so inclined here.
Yes, the field is set up for the single, if Chris Wright would like to take it. I don't think it makes that much difference. Shouldn't do to a bowler of Toby Roland Jones' calibre. As he comes in again. Oh, and tries to play a rather cheeky late cut over the top of the stumps. Chris Wright, which he misses, and it goes through to the wicket-keeper. Just practices the little dab shot again. Toby Roland Jones doesn't even bother with the stares that he gives all the recognised batsmen should they dare to play and miss against him. Just goes back to his mark and cracks on, running away from us, and that is punched in a most pleasing manner away just for a single defensively by Chris Wright, but nice shot. But now we have Roland Jones versus Finan, which could be an interesting challenge. I wonder if Finan's up for it, because he will, if it's in the slot, he will definitely go for it. Will he go for it if it's a short delivery? There isn't anybody out.
Yeah, he hooked at Trent Bridge quite happily. In fact, at times it looked like his only shot, but
well, there's just the one man out for that at fine leg. There isn't a deep square leg. Let's see what happens. Toby Roland Jones is in, and Finan plays a cover drive of sorts. Certainly a defensive shot with meat behind it out into the covers where it is fielded. And Tim Murtagh still has his hands on his hips, still I think hurt by that finish to his parsimonious spell. He was smashed back over his head for 6 by Chris Wright. Roland Jones in once again. Oh, and again, stand and deliver from Finan. Foot movement is for other people. I will just swing the bat. And this goes up to that man Murtagh at mid-off, and there is no run.
It's the old ball. Theoretically, they could have a bit of fun. Good pitch, an old ball, soft ball, no pressure.
Once more, Roland Jones paces away from us. Oh, and a wahoo outside off stump, aiming for cow corner and failing to connect in any shape or form. And Finan.
It's quite a stylish wahoo, wasn't it?
It was. It's sort of one run now from 14. There's been a lot of
swishing,
swings and misses. Not play and misses, these are full-blown swings and misses. Can Roland Jones get one on target? If he misses, that's played on the up, but it goes over the head of Holden. There are shouts of catch it from Toby Roland Jones and the skipper Tim Murtagh, but it's over the head of cover. They take 2. Finan has survived that over, so it won't be a 5th wicket in the innings on this occasion yet for Toby Roland Jones. That was his 15th over of this innings, 16th over, and he has 4 for 37. But it will be Sam Robson to continue. Richard, you sure you don't want to?
No, it's customary for the winning side's commentator to commentate on the winning moment. So unless you need a breather, I'm quite happy to step in.
We will chunter away. I just feel as if I'm stepping on home shoes.
Don't worry. I'll say my piece at the end.
Look forward to that. And that's given some air by Robson, and is the leggy on this occasion, turning away from Chris Wright, who started wide and went wider so he could leave it. He'll have to make sure he picks it right though, as Robson is having some fun out there at the moment. Comes in again. And that is a full toss, and he's swung away. It wasn't picked up in the deep initially by Higgins, I don't think, but it will be tracked down by the man out at deepish. Well, long on, and he couldn't get there, and it's 4 more to right. But that was the first truly bad ball that Robson has bowled so far in this little 4-over spell. Saw him take the wicket of Ackerman. That's a better ball, and it's cuffed away, not entirely off the middle of the bat, to backward square leg. Backward point where it's picked up. Come on, Robbo, is the shout. There's a slightly stuttering start to his run. Oh, very nicely played sweep shot round the corner, and he's bisected the fielders. And it's 4 more to right, and it was really nicely played, that sweep shot. And there's the Wright song, based on the old Ian Wright football song. Chrissy Wright, I'm guessing.
Correct.
Well, he's batting 25 off 18. It's by some way the best strike rate of any batsman in the match so far. There were times when Max Holden and Mark Stoneham were racing along at a runner ball yesterday afternoon, but that's the only other time it's got close to happening. There's Robson in once again. Oh, that's nicely bowled. There's an appeal for LBW, but he got quite a long way down the wicket on this occasion at Chris Wright. Might have just been outside the line. Either way, doesn't matter. Steve O'Shaughnessy said not out, so not out it is. There is no recourse to replays, and that is wide outside, off stump, and slogged up to mid-on off a thickish inside edge. Certainly didn't middle that one, but got away with it and pinched the strike. So Wright has raced to 26 from 20 deliveries. Finan would love to be racing along. He's played as many big shots as Wright. Sadly, none of them have connected with the ball, and he has got 3 from 15 deliveries so far. And it will be Toby Roland Jones who's been given the opportunity to wrap up proceedings, but it's still a good wicket, and it's good batting conditions, and it's an old ball, and he's bowling to 2 guys who aren't mugs with the bat, as we've seen. There is almost a reverse skill to the Leicestershire batting lineup at times. Oh, and that is a lovely shot. It was short, and he just cut it very gently backward a point. They've gone through for 2, but super timing. Very well played by Chris Wright, who moves on to 28. And perfectly safely played. He saw the field, and just leant back and cut it away.
What this day has shown is that had Leicestershire not been 4 down at the start, we hadn't had that spell yesterday when Toby Roland Jones bowled so well, but in such favourable conditions. It could have been quite interesting today.
Toby Roland Jones was bowling with a bit of cloud cover, and that is just clubbed away, and it's gone past mid-on, and that was just baseball smash, but absolutely middled. It's 4 more to Wright, who has raced to 32 from 22, and suddenly they only require 103, and they've got 39 overs to get them. So it's the hope that kills you, isn't it? If you're Richard Ray, you should see his face if you're watching on the... Well, you probably can't. Anyway, not a man... Oh, and there's a little indeterminate prod outside off stump that does garner a Toby Roland Jones. How did you describe his stare earlier, Richard?
Like a hungry stare.
Yes, it was. It was a hungry
like a wolf who has spotted a lone Russian peasant heading for a forest on the steppes.
And that's exactly
ES.
that was what the eyes were saying. Again, to the completely disrespectful Chris Wright currently. And that is nicely bowled, but hits him outside the line of leg stump. It was a fuller delivery, and nothing Wright could do about it. Couldn't get bat on it, but it wasn't straight enough to cause any major problems. And a bit of head scratching for Toby Roland Jones now. This must be so annoying. There you are. You bowled beautifully. You've got 4 wickets. You're bowling to numbers 10 and 11. Oh, and the dab has gone through second slip.
Yeah,
Who
dropped
dived,
it, I
who's
think.
dropped it. It was a great try. It wasn't an easy catch at all. But that could have been finished. He'd gone wider the slip for just that. And it has been put down. I think it might be Sam Robson.
One-handed, very low to his left.
Left.
He's standing almost in the gully, really. And it was a deliberate shot from Wright, wasn't it? Trying to steer it down to third man. Flung himself to his left, stuck out his left hand, got there an inch off the ground. I just don't think it's stuck.
Yeah, I think it's Luke Holman who has... and that won't annoy the bowler at all when you're on full wicket, seeing one not stick. It was a really tough chance. He was diving very low to his left. No, it was Robson. It was Robson.
Just want to make sure it actually carried, but I'm pretty sure, judging by the reaction.
Robson's
Simpson.
reaction made you think
And
that he'd
Robson.
got his hand to it, yeah.
Would have been a sensational catch.
So a couple of difficult chances have gone down today.
Wright's having a word with Finan. What are we going to do? Still need another 103 runs to win this. But I'm seeing it like a football, Mikey.
So Wright did take a single, did he? Did he steal
No,
the strike?
he didn't.
He
Because
didn't.
it stopped dead.
It had stopped dead, so it will be Finan to face. So yeah, just stay there, Michael. Just stay there. I'm good. Robson to continue. Finan, it's short and it's smashed away into
Nowhere.
nowhere. But if I'd been the short leg, I'd have been making sure my life insurance was up to date when I saw that being swung. Robson again. It's Fuller,
Oh,
and
we've
he's
got that
just
one.
smashed, and he's got hold of this, and this has gone all the way, I think, for 6 over the longest part of the boundary. He's gone over Cow Corner, over near the opposite side of the ground from us, near the one of the floodlights, and it is miles to that part of the ground.
There was a clanging noise. I think did it hit the base of one of
Might have
the
hit-
columns of the floodlight? So they'll have to have a look at it, I think. Oh, he's all right.
So, funnily enough, a slip is going. They've decided they don't really need 2 slips. That one might be enough.
Less than 100 now.
I know. What a entertaining period of cricket this has been, and it's swung away again, and it will be 6 more. This has gone square.
Bounced
and has-
before, just in front. 4.
It's just for 4, but it hit. I saw it hit the wall of the mechanical scoreboard, which would have rattled the humans who still actually work in there. And Finan, having finally found his mojo, has smashed 10 off 2 deliveries. I think this might be Robson's last over. I'd bring on Ethan Bamber if I was them and just try and wrap this up. Oh, and he's stumped.
No.
No, he got his foot back. He did.
It was so slow.
Yeah.
So he had time to sort of slide his foot back in.
I got overexcited there because he'd had seemed to have taken a step down the wicket.
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, for sure.
He got back.
He was quicker than the ball in sliding
Yeah,
his foot back.
overtook it.
Yeah.
So, throwing the ball from one hand to the other, Robson's had an interesting over. And this is played very cautiously. Off the back foot, backward of square. Chris Wright says, no, I don't fancy a single. There may have been one there. If it's certainly in one-day cricket, I think they'd have gone for that one. And Robson in once again, and it's driven back and well stopped by the bowler off his own bowling, and that is the end of another over where runs have been scored and wickets have not been taken. Wright has now raced on to 32 from 26. Finan is finally catching him up, 13 off 21. The requirement is now less than 100 for Leicestershire. They're on 182 for 9, and they require another 93.
I had better nip in ahead here just for a minute, because there will be an update any second for BBC Radio Leicester, so hopefully it will come between overs.
Well, usually that means the wicket's going to fall.
It usually does, doesn't it? It has done, the proximity of an update, but Toby Roland Jones is going to try and make that happen. From the pavilion end, he's going to be bowling to Chris Wright. Goes in and bowls. Right defence, thick inside edge. Finan wants one. Wright doesn't. It's fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Here's the update. Doing that little bit of news about Leicestershire's reaction to the high performance review. Roland Jones is in, bowls, right, ducks a bouncer. There is no run. 182 for 9, 135 for 9 when Callum Parkinson and Colin Ackerman both fell leg before wicket on the same score, but late resistance from Chris Wright in particular, who has hit 32 off 28 balls, and Michael Finan, the last man, who has hit 13 off 21, including a couple of sixes, is giving a little bit of shine to the afternoon proceedings as far as Leicestershire are concerned. They still need another 93 runs to win the match. It's an almost impossible ask, but as I say, a little bit of late defiance. They've added 47 so far for the final wicket. Leicestershire 182 for 9.
And Toby Roland Jones, who certainly was intimating he'd like to come back to bowl to try and get the 5th wicket, is struggling a little at the moment. Not really putting these two under a massive amount of pressure. He's in once again, gives that a little more. He pitched up a little more and he drew the false shot from Wright, whose eyes lit up, went for the drive, and ball squirted out to square leg, and they go through for a single. Maybe that is what to do.
Yeah, just for listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra, Leicestershire's Chief Executive Officer Sean Jarvis has said that if implemented, the review proposals would possibly spell the demise of Leicestershire, because he reckons it would mean the loss of around about £250,000 per year. Now, that may be the average Premier League footballer's weekly wage, but it is a huge amount of money to a county like Leicestershire. And Sean Jarvis's point is that they possibly couldn't survive that.
As in comes Toby Roland Jones, and it's just tees off really fine, and again foot movement minimal, but it would have been something of a golf shot, but he played it firmly up to mid-on where Holman fields.
Sussex have said not much the same, but they've made the same point about the massive loss of income. They haven't said it would necessarily threaten their existence, but losing certainly the 2 T20 games minimum, but also the home championship fixtures would be hugely expensive.
As in comes Toby Roland Jones once again, and it's smashed away. It's smashed through the poor umpire Stephen O'Shaughnessy, who has to take serious evasive action, as he was aiming for cow corner but got it much squarer than that. That is the end of Toby Roland Jones. Sam Robson is going to continue. I have to say I bring on Bamber. Bamber's been the man who's put the ball in the right place more often than anybody else today. But they're going to go with spin, which there is an argument for that against the 10 and 11.
They know he's going to hit it up in the air, Finan. It's whether he hits it so far in the air that it clears the ropes or it goes to a fielder, and sooner or later it's going to go to a fielder. They feel.
That's the good thing about having a massive ground. The chances
from the bowling side, yeah.
Well, and from the batting point of view, there's plenty of places to miss the fielder.
This is true. Yeah, this is true. 4 men out on the leg side boundary for Robson bowling to Finan.
Yes, they're expecting him to take this on, I think is how you'd describe this. And Finan, of course, just goes back, plays a clever little shot into the leg side and brings up the 50 partnership for the 10th wicket, and a deserved 50 partnership between Finan and Wright, who really have taken up the cudgel on behalf of their team, quite literally at times. And
115 then for the last 3 wickets so far.
Didn't you have someone who'd done a bit of research as to last wicket against first wicket, as in comes Robson? Oh, and that was a good ball. It span back, he got the off spinner and was expecting the leggy, and it cut back at him, and well, he managed to keep the ball out with some part of his body, Chris Wright. But well bowled from, and then we've got a reverse sweep. Is there no end to the invention that we're seeing this afternoon, as Chris Wright didn't really middle it and it went straight to the man Luke Holman at backwards square, but he's not afraid to take it on. In again. Oh, and there's a big LBW shout, but he had taken a very big stride forward, and there was enough benefit of the doubt for the umpire to say no.
This is Wright's highest score of the season now, was previously 32.
Robson in again, and the reverse sweep this time is well stopped at backwards square leg. They can go through for a single, so there'll just be one ball left for Michael Finan to face. Short leg comes out for Finan.
I bet he does.
I don't think the insurance would cover it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in once it... Oh, it's a full toss, and it's actually so surprised by the full toss, he actually bunts it out with the bottom of the bat straight to the fielder in the covers, and there's no run. And funny enough, he gave it straight to Toby Roland Jones, who will just march back now and bowl with it.
He can't believe he missed out there, can he, Finan?
Oh, actually, it was to Tim Murtagh, who will give the ball to Toby Roland Jones. No, he can't believe he missed out. When he's played much more difficult balls than that really well, to miss out on a complete full bunger. Is Ethan Bamber on the ground?
Well, he could be the one off, but is that not him at mid wicket? Yes.
Yes, it is. Well spotted. That's where I think I'd be heading if I was Tim Murtagh at the moment. Toby Roland Jones, though, has another over first. That's on leg stump just outside. I think that might be a leg by, a very rare extra. There haven't been many in this innings.
There's no signal from umpire.
There was a signal for them.
There was. Did he raise his?
He did.
His knee, right?
He did. Not for very long, but he did. And yes, that brings
late
the
on the fourth day, isn't it? You can't raise your left.
No, quite. That's the fifth, just the fifth extra in the total of 187 for 9.
67.1 overs.
Toby Roland Jones, who's bowled 18 of them so far, and that is just pulled and smashed away by Finan. He was on that shortish delivery so quickly, and then absolutely chanceless. He played it perfectly, and the fielder has to climb over the advertising hoardings and go into the stand to recover the ball. More applause from the Leicestershire faithful, who have been well rewarded for coming along today, and there's just another 84 runs needed.
He has quick hands and a good eye, Michael Finan. We're laughing about his swings and misses, but he can be dangerous, as Knott's found out.
Yeah, no, that was a good shot. Oh, and he's beaten all ends up on this occasion, but then so is the wicket keeper. So it goes through for byes, just the one of them. Chris Wright decides that's enough. And the sun is getting really quite strong. We just saw Simpson. The throw was coming in from a fine leg from the other end of the ground to us here at the pavilion, and suddenly Simpson looked up and looked into the sun, couldn't see where the ball was. So on top of everything else, as far as Middlesex are concerned, it was 70 for 7, wasn't it? It was 70 for 7, and now it's 192 for 9. It was 13 for 4, and it's now 192 for 9. Toby Roland Jones into Chris Wright, who plays his little newly discovered, in this innings at least, dab shot. This time he plays it into the ground, and they run through for a single, and the clouds come over the sun, and we suddenly go, not plunged into darkness, but it's certainly a few degrees less bright out there.
We would have gone off for tea by now, but this is now the half an hour.
Yes, so if you're staying with us, we'll be here until 20 to 4 now, unless Toby Roland Jones or his colleagues can do anything. And my word, Finan launched himself at that, and Tim Murtagh had to dive to stop it, but it was driven with authority. On one knee, cover drive, lovely shot, but straight to the fielder and hit with such force there was no chance of taking a run. And Roland Jones has a little word with Tim Murtagh, saying, goodness me, Skip, what's going on here? As he comes in again, right arm over, and he bowls a decent short delivery, but fairness to Finan, he ducked rather nicely out of the way and watched it over his shoulder through to the wicket keeper, and he survives another Roland Jones over, and 19 have now been bowled by the former England man.
Just confirmation on the tannoy that play extended by a further 8 overs, or approximately half an hour, on the basis that only one wicket is left to fall. So we've had one of those overs.
They're going to keep going with Robson, interestingly. Anyway, let's see what he can do. He does cause some problems with his both spins, but if he bowls it short like that, it can just be pulled away. He does have cover now out on the boundary, and in fact further cover is going out there. He had 2 men out on the leg side boundary, and now he's got 3.
4. Long on.
Oh
wicket.
yeah, 4. So he's
square leg, backward square, long off as well.
Well, the last time this happened, Finan literally just bunted the ball round the corner and took a very easy single. In fact, if he places it correctly, there's probably 2. They're so far back. Or he could leave it and let it spin past the outside edge of his bat, which is what he has in fact done. Finan clubs his mark as he waits for Robson to bowl, and that has launched into the air. That could carry, and has been taken, and finally Middlesex managed to wrap up this victory. Boy, have they been made to work for it. They set a victory target of 275. They had Leicestershire at 13 for 4 overnight. They got them to 70 for 7. Colin Ackerman and Callum Atkinson batted beautifully to get up to 135 before finally they were both out. Robson trapping Ackerman LBW for a magnificent 80 before Murtagh trapped Callum Atkinson LBW for 16. But then we had fun and games with Finan and Wright, who in the end put on 59 for the 10th wicket before Finan was last man out for a thoroughly entertaining 19. Chris Wright will certainly have done his average no harm at all with a not out 36, his highest score of the season from just 37 deliveries, including a marvellous straight 6. But on the day that Glamorgan wins so comfortably, Middlesex had to win this match to remain in charge of their own destiny as far as promotion is concerned. They have done so, finally winning by 80 runs in what's been a really good 4-day county cricket match. Perhaps everybody needs to take note of that. But I shall leave the last word now to Richard Ray, BBC London. We can celebrate a victory, less so for BBC Radio Leicestershire.
They're very well played by Middlesex. It was a professional, honest performance. They had to work hard, especially on this last day on a good wicket. And Leicestershire, as I say, kept them honest, but they are an honest side and they are a very good side. And even without Tom Helm, the seamers were just that little bit too good. And the X factor, if you like, of Sam Robson just making a little bit of a difference at the end. 80-run victory for Middlesex, 21 points they take from the game, and will go into next week's game at Worcester with the second division title still a distinct possibility. So well played them, in particular Roland Jones. The wicket now falls in the championship to him. For Shelford in 13 games, add 4 draws to that, and they still are winless in the county championship this season. They go to Derby on Monday with just that one last chance of securing a victory. Thank you very much for your company here today and the season. The Uptonsteel County being a most very out BBC commentary is available, and let us hope and keep our fingers that we're back with you next. No, not too much long season though. Well, but